The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 Fall CSRC Coordinating Council meeting. My name is Timothy McKinney. I'm a secretary here with the Executive Committee. We'd like to do some housekeeping for those who are in person. Over to my left, your right, there are masks available. They're recommended by the university, but not required. Just out to my right, your left, are the bathrooms. Those are open and available at any time. If you haven't had a chance to get coffee or bagels, feel free to do that. We welcome you in person. We know it's been quite some time and we're excited to kick things off here and start the presentations. I'm going to hand it off to Bryan Banister, our chair, who can go over general rules and virtual items and have a brief introduction. Thank you.
So good morning to everybody and welcome. First of all, I want to say thank you to the CLSA for hosting, and we want to welcome you to our Fall CSRC Coordinating Council meeting. This is our first in-person hybrid meeting post-pandemic, so welcome to those connecting online and welcome to everyone who has gathered there in person. I apologize for not joining you on campus today, but recent foot surgery has limited my activities for a while, and I hope to be there and join you in the spring. At the last council meeting in June, I began the session by making a call for renewed emphasis on communication and education by both the coordinating council and the executive committee on behalf of the CSRC. I asked you to take up the mantle of telling people about the CSRC and what it offers to the community. And again today, I point out that you are the lifeblood that energizes our efforts, and we need your continued involvement. So to that end, and to facilitate communication and education, the EC is currently laying the groundwork for creating a social media presence for the CSRC. We plan on launching across several platforms in the early part of 2023. And later on today, Kevin Maxwell will give you a brief overview and show you some initial work the social media subcommittee has completed on LinkedIn. We see this step as a major mechanism for engagement with you and with the geospatial community at large. We are going to need your help. We are going to look to you to provide content, to tell us what you need, and to give feedback. We envision that this presence will become a virtual town square, where one can get news and education, where one can provide answers, and where one can engage in dialogue about important geospatial ideas and activities. So as I close my remarks, I want to stop and introduce to you Mr. Adrian Aguirre. He'll be online, I believe. He is the newest member of the Coordinating Council. Adrian is from Fresno, California. He works for Yehuda Surveying. Adrian, I hope I pronounced that right. He is the secretary for the San Joaquin Valley chapter of the CLSA. He has been working in the industry for the past 7 years. And on his own accord, after last coordinating council meeting, Adrian stepped forward and volunteered to work on the social media platform. And he has gone ahead and volunteered to be the manager of the CSRC social media presence. He's been actively engaged as part of our social media subcommittee. And I want to invite you to reach out to him and give him an appreciation on the chat. And Adrian, we say welcome and we thank you for your volunteering and stepping up today. And so I'll be in the background if anybody needs to chat with me about anything. Otherwise, you won't see me anymore today. And I want to thank Tim and Rich for being great MCs for us today. And I say welcome. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your day and have a happy holiday season. And so MCs, I give it back to you.
share more of that one.
Thank you. I'll leave it open for Maria with any comments. And if there aren't any, I can proceed with the introduction.
Good morning. I'm sorry I can't be there in person today. I appreciate you all joining virtually and in person. We haven't had a meeting in, has it been over 2 years, maybe 2.5 years? So I haven't seen many of you in person, and I'm sorry to miss you today. But I'm glad I could join here virtually, and I'll be here trying to make the transition smooth on the virtual end of the meeting. But thank you for joining today. We appreciate it.
All right. Before introductions, I'd like to mention that there are questions for the virtual team that we can see your questions if you type those in, and we will reply to those. Now, although he may not need an introduction, Dr. Yehuda Bock will be presenting first. He is the director of CSRC CRTN, a distinguished researcher and senior lecturer at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego, director of the California Spatial Reference Center, CSRC, and Scripps Orbit and Permanent Array Center, SOPAC. Dr. Bock has over 30 years of research experience in geodesy, geophysics, and spatial referencing. And without further ado, I'll let him take the stand.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Believe it or not, this is my first opportunity to actually address a live audience. And so I had to wear pants today. But right now I'm behind this podium, so you can't really tell if I'm wearing pants or not. So here we go. So I am wearing pants. So first, I'd like to welcome everybody today to the fall meeting. And first, I want to acknowledge Maria's work in getting this meeting together. Unfortunately, she can't be here today. She's ill at home. And so what I've done here is on the first slide, I've listed all the people that have helped Maria put the meeting together. And so she's done a fabulous job getting volunteers to help her with presenting, with preparing for the meeting. Put a timer on here. Okay. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the people who have contributed material and their expertise to some of the slides that I'm showing, and those also listed on the slide here. Okay, I'm just going to give some background for people who are not familiar with the CSRC, and it's something that usually Maria presents, but I'm going to present it in lieu of her not being here. And so this is pretty somewhat complex because we're part of the UC system. And we're UCSD, we're a nonprofit public research university. And so we have the hierarchy of the regions, the University of California, San Diego, Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and the Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics, or IGPP. That's where I work. A little background, we were, the UCSD was actually founded in 1960, while Scripps has been in operation since 1903. So Scripps has preceded the university. Now the CSRC is it's designated as a UCSD support group. And we began in 1999 as this support group and providing public outreach and other support for the university's mission. So their activity is sanctioned by the university. And over these 23 years, we've brought together a whole variety of users, people that we've worked with over the years, GIS people, state and local government, private sector, Caltrans, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, our original, how we started SOPAC, which is, we started in 1991, we've been, the CSRC was actually developed by land surveyors who came to us and wanted to establish a center. So the CSRC was dedicated in 2001. One of our early projects was the Southern California Integrated GPS Network sign. And that basically laid the basis for a continuous GPS throughout the state. And that's been developed over the years, and now we have many stations from different organizations, in particular the NOAA, or the North something. Network of the Americas, right. I should know that. It used to be the Plate Boundary Observatory at PBO. Now, recently we published a 10-year strategic plan in August 2021, and you're free to look at it, to access it from our web pages. Acknowledge the executive committee, which provides oversight and input to the CSRC. And I've listed the people here who are elected. And we have, as you see, we have people from, public sector like Caltrans, from academia, from the private sector, so the executive committee covers a large community, or represents a large community within the state. We also have permanent members who are non-elected. For example, the immediate past chairperson, Kimberly Holtz, Kim. We have a representative of UCSD. The director of IGPP is also part of the committee. And Dana Kakamis, who's NOAA, National Geodetic Survey. Scott Martin, who's the California Geodetic Coordinator, and Greg Helmer, who's our executive manager. I should point out that our new chairperson, Bryan Banister, who you've listened to a few minutes ago, has really been just to come into office, and has been really enthusiastic, and he's working hard to promote the CSRC. I'd also like to acknowledge what we call the Certain Consortium. And these are different organizations that essentially subsidize the California real-time network, or Certain. And here's a list of the participants, and they basically are the ones that allow us to run the real-time network. Okay, after those introductions, acknowledgements, I'm going to cover 3 topics. First, I'm going to show some of the research that we do at SOPAC. A lot of this has been in collaboration with our colleagues at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And this research and the funding that we get from different agencies like NASA and the National Science Foundation, as well as from state agencies like Caltrans. These are leveraged to support the CSRC over many years. So this is really forms the kernel that allows us to really run the CSRC. So next, I want to briefly review the current epic date datum definition for California, and then review our work demonstrating a dynamic datum approach as an alternative. I'm going to be asking for some of you to express your opinions, for example, the need for a new epic date, as well as to provide some examples of how you use the CSRC, as well as the CSRC epic date 2017.5 in your work, including CERT. So this excellent graphic was developed by the NAFCO's Gauge facility, and it shows how GNSS is really dominated the GNSS Earth science applications. We started out with mostly positioning applications that you see down below. Then there have been atmospheric applications. And on the left, there has been something called GPS reflectometry, which allows you to actually use the multipath at a station in order to determine let's say snow levels, vegetation. So that's been really an area of rapid development. Now here we primarily are involved in some of these aspects. For example, the meteorology, calibration, validation, earthquake and volcano early warning, we call seismogeodesy, which is a combination of GNSS and seismic data, hydrology, and tectonics and crustal formation. So we are living in a period of increasingly extreme and frequent natural and anthropogenic hazards that we all too familiar with in California, changing our landscape, weather, and climate. It is becoming more difficult to make critical, informed decisions regarding the safety of life and critical infrastructure. So geodetic data, methodologies, and operational capabilities contribute to a better understanding and mitigation of the effects of all these hazards. And that's a focus of a lot of our research. So the primary observation systems that we use, primarily we use GPS, now GNSS, for positioning applications. We also use INSAR, which is integrated synthetic aperture radar, which provides high spatial resolution to complement the high temporal resolution that's provided by GNSS. A third system is what we call seismogeodesy, where we can measure the seismic displacements during an earthquake. We can measure the waveforms that occur during the dynamic portion of the event, as well as the permanent co-seismic displacement. We also measure the seismic velocity, has several advantages compared to traditional seismic data. I'll show an example of that. A fundamental product comes from daily measurements of continuous GNSS stations. This really forms the framework on which we build the reference frame, the different products that the research that we do. And that's really our basic observation. We produce daily displacements. You see on the On the left, those are raw displacements. We work with JPL. They produced an independent set of displacements parallel with what we do. And those are combined into a single time series, which is then our basically level 1 product. So here are the combined displacements and showing things that are that affect the time series over time. We have, of course, we have the tectonic motion, which was really the original motivation for establishing all these reference stations, the GNSS stations around the state and everywhere else in the world. We also have, besides the steady tectonic motion, we also have other phenomena such as post-seismic decay, which is a period where the Earth relaxes after a seismic event. And this stage can actually last for several years. And the displacements could be on the order of the actual displacement that occurred during the earthquake. So it's very important to monitor that, that phenomena. Here we see the detrended time series since about, for this station, which is a station, DHLG, which is on the eastern side of the Salton Sea. And so this is a record of the daily displacements since 1999. You see here the secular motion is, you see this at 23 millimeter per year. Motions basically to the, almost to the west, and across this plate boundary, here's the San Andreas Fault, you're already reaching a velocity of 43 millimeters per year. And for those who like to work in feet, 1 millimeter is 300th of a foot. Okay. And the showing here is that precision over this period. So it means the uncertainty of a single measurement, daily measurement, is on the order of a millimeter in the horizontal position and about 3 millimeters in the vertical position over this long time period. These vertical lines that you see, the orange lines are earthquakes, and the black vertical lines are antenna jumps in the time series of artifacts that are due, for example, to a change in the antenna at a GNSS station. So as time, in time we have changes, we have modernization, we have new antennas, GNSS antennas, and so every time we introduce a new equipment at the station, you might get an artifact, and we also take that into account and solve for it. There are other transients of interest that can be discovered in the daily displacement time series. So after we do a fit, that we take care of the coseismic motion, the tectonic motion, the post-seismic deformation, we still see, this is a station in the Pacific Northwest, we see this sawtooth pattern. This is a time series from 1994. And you see this sawtooth pattern that repeats itself with a approximately 14-month period. And that is a very small amplitude. And so by observing over many years, this was a discovery that turned out to be very important. It is a reflection of the subduction of the Juan de Fuca plate with the North American plate. And so on the surface, well, on the subduction interface, of course, it's subducting, and along this interface, there's small earthquakes that occur called tremor. And those are correlated with observations with changes in the surface displacement, which you see here in the slide. And since 1994, there have been 35 of these events, which are listed on the right. Now, the tremor events, as I mentioned, are small earthquakes that occur at the subducting plate at depth. And these ETS, or episodic tremor and slip, the slip meaning displacement on the surface, tremor being earthquakes on the subduction interface. Is something, this discovery was due to the high precision of the GNSS. And discovery is at here, which is in Cascadia and Pacific Northwest, and other subduction zones that worldwide, gives us insight into earthquake physics and the possibility of improved forecasts of great earthquakes and the great tsunamis that accompany them, such as the ones in Sumatra in 2004 and 2011 in Japan. However, the underlying geophysics is still not totally understood and is subject of active research. So people who use our time series can then interrogate them for these smaller signals that otherwise wouldn't have been visible. And what happens is, this is the map here of the horizontal motions that are seen on the surface. And here is a model of the event, this particular event, which is the event that occurred in 2019, of August to 2019 September. And I'm going to show this movie. Those are the tremor events, and this is the surface expression of the ETS event. So let's talk a bit about vertical rates of deformation. I mentioned up to now I've been looking at the horizontal. And here are vertical rates over California based on data over 20, 30 years. On the left are locations or stations that experience more than 20 millimeters a year of subsidence. If we look at the entire state, you can see the subsidence here at the Long Valley Caldera. You see subsidence along the San Andreas Fault, uplift in this area, and you see the distribution of vertical motion. So typically it's a small motion, except in areas of subsidence. It's volcanic activity, and we see the expression of tectonic motion and hydrological effects at the stations. We use this data to develop maps of vertical deformation. That's coseismic motions, which occur instantaneously during an earthquake, as well as the post-seismic motions that we see after the event. And this is a paper by Ward et al. That shows the surface displacements is in the vertical direction as a result of the 2019 Ridgecrest earthquake. So using this data, we can, from the surface displacements, then you can infer how the fault moved at depth. And here you see on the bottom, you see the expression on the surface is due to motion on the fault during the earthquakes. This image, which is prepared by David Sanwell's INSAR group at Scripps, is the result of INSAR GNSS integration. It shows an area of subsidence in California, San Joaquin Valley. A week of displacement time series at this station 056 shows significant changes of subsidence rate over a period of 2006 to 2002 with a total of 3.3 feet. That reflects periods of drought and increased groundwater use. So during drought, there's more groundwater that's extracted for agriculture and other applications. That's the period of drought. So you see the slope has changed, the subsidence has changed. And then we go into a period of some rainfall and this change in slope. So using the GPS, GNSS observations, you can then high resolution spatial representation of subsidence. I've listed here the rates. They're not steady, but these are the average rates over time. Oops. And it'll range from basically nothing to about, I can't read it now, put my glasses, up to about 33 millimeters a year of subsidence. So it's a very non-homogeneous rates of subsidence. These are the rates that are measured at the GNSS stations, and this map, this INSAR displacement map, allows you to basically show what's happening at each location within this this area. And just to orient you, this over here, down here, is Bakersfield, so you get an idea of where the area that we're talking about. This slide shows total water storage over Western North America. Total water storage means groundwater. The upper left shows GPS uplift and corresponding water loss in the Western US during the period of harsh drought between October 2011 to October 2015. This is the GPS uplift that we get during this period, and through a pretty complex set of modeling and observation, you can then infer the amount of groundwater over a particular area. The graphic below over here is showing the cycle of drought and heavy precipitation in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Tulare River Basin from 2006 to 2019. And you see variations in slope, which shows the changes over time that basically I showed you in the previous slide from the GNSS displacements and the INSAR, combined with the INSAR. So we can basically measure the change in vertical displacement when the weight of the water in lake increases, for example, and presses down, and then water is drawn out from underground aquifers and the ground above sinks. So total water storage is affected by changes in weather and climate, precipitation, and groundwater extraction policies. Now, we compare these maps of total water storage to hydrological models, and we find some differences between the two, which allows us to provide feedback to the hydrologists and to improve their modeling. Okay, I'm going to switch gears here and talk about dynamic reference frame implementation that we've been working with funding from Caltrans. First, to show the current reference frame or reference system for California, which is California Spatial Reference System, EPIC 2017.5. This is based on geodetic coordinates and geodal heights for about 900 stations at the epic date 2017.50 or July 1st, 2017. The CSRS is aligned with the National Spatial Reference System, which is published by the National Geodetic Survey. The CSRC 2017.5 and the NAD 83 are transmitted in RTCM3 messages to certain users. Now, on the right, we see the distribution of stations in California. Majority of the stations are from the NOAA network, as well as other participants. And here are basically the logos for the different groups in California that contribute information data to certain, which then is a clearinghouse of information for real-time applications. Okay, so I wanted to then, rather than taking up all the time talking, I wanted to ask people in the audience to kind of tell us how they use this information. How do they use the CSRC EPIC 2017.5 in their work? And how do they use certain in their operation, the daily operations? So I was going to ask Rich to talk about that, and Steve, and perhaps anybody else who wants to volunteer some information. So Rich.
Thank you, Yehuda. So personally, I have a firm of about 20 employees and running about 3 survey crews, and every crew, I think, on a daily basis at my firm takes advantage of the benefit of the CSRS and the 2017.5 EPIC. Each day through the CSRC website, we're downloading static data for the 900 plus stations that are available, and post-processing every one of our projects, doesn't matter what it is, could be as simple as a local boundary survey or a street topo, everything we process and keep in-house in the 2017.5 data. Most of that is done through post-processing. We also use the CRTN stations for RTK work. On one side, we collect vectors and bring that in and post-process that with the static data that we produce. But on the other side, recently, we've also started using the CRTN to push this 2017.5 EPIC coordinate to drones. So, using our controller, we'll log into the NTRIP RTCN correction, send that to the drone, and now the photo centers of the images are already in the 2017.5 EPIC NAD83 coordinates instead of, DJI's WS84, China-based solution. So I got involved in the CSRC, I can't remember how many years ago now, because I just lucked into hearing about the CSRS and like, wow, there's free data available. And it has just gotten so much better over that 10 or 15 years. And I think the things that like Bryan are doing to bring word out there to even more people about what's available to them is really, really important. Because if there's one thing that sometimes that I think we have a little bit of difficulty with at the CSRC is just getting the word out about the free resource that's available to everyone. So.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, East Bay Municipal Utility District, we also use the CRTN to tie in our project control surveys. But we post-process everything. We save the real-time process vector and then import that into a start and adjustment. And go into the spreadsheet on the CSRC SOPAC website and use 2017.5, whatever the latest EPIC was to control the survey. Hold that, not necessarily doing true of date EPIC survey all the time, but constraining to the published EPIC. And, of course, the further away you get from that published EPIC, the bigger that area is that you're living with, let's say. So there have been a few surveys where I've had to correct that up using either HTTP or skip, let's say.
Mhm.
And,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
It's just the best control for surveyors available in California, so that's
Okay.
what we've always used.
Yeah, Ulysses, I'm more on the drone side, so actually capture the data with an RTK drone as well. And we did use the 2011, 2017 epic, but I noticed when we sent it to the field to the office surveyor, he would always want to shift it back to the old epic. He would see about 1.5 feet off. And so I think question for you, I guess, is are you seeing much improvement using the newer epic versus sticking to like the older epics?
Well, I mean, I was going to echo Scott's point on the deformation. You know, since 2017.5, I'm also starting to see in local projects, even with the stations nearby, deformation of up to about 1/4 foot, which can be a challenge. Sticking with the 2017.5 and not doing data survey. I don't understand the question specifically about the drone. If you're comparing the 2017.5 in the air to 2017.5 on the ground from the same station, or like I'm seeing from multiple stations in an area, but I'm seeing errors of what you're describing, not that magnitude.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So I feel like everything in the newer epic, and then he's like, no, it's always off by 1.5. You shift it back to the old epic. Why? Why are you using the new one? I don't know if that's like a preference on Civil 3D or.
I think you're kind of conflating the two. So the original monuments, or if you have like actual physical features in the ground,
Yeah.
that are for like a record of survey or something that is referencing older epic.
Yeah.
If you're trying to use 2017, you have to use the HTTP like transformation to get back to it. So the epic date is really just the reference frame the original survey was done. If the original survey wasn't done in 2017, you have to transform to get back to it. So like you're trying to compare 2017 to 2011, that might be, you know, the source of that 1.5. It's in that transformation between the actual physical features that have been set and recorded versus what GPS says broadcasting.
Okay, so for example, after the Ridgecrest earthquake, that displaced about 350 stations. And near the epicenter, you had really large motions on the order of almost a meter. And so what we did is we published an interim epic date for stations that were affected by that earthquake. So this brings up these questions that, and your responses bring up the issue of how to maintain a reference frame. And one thing we're contemplating is to now publish a new epic date, maybe something like 2013, sometime in 2013, so that
2023,
2024, 23. Thank you. And that'll then provide an update to for the motions of the stations during that period of time.
I've neglected to say one thing, Dr. Bock. Another great benefit, I think, of the CRTN and CSRS is the density and availability of this number of stations. Because I know we have private options out there that are available. I posted, both Leica and Trimble base stations on my office buildings, so I'm familiar and use all those. But the great benefit of being able, whether it's for a drone or a local project, to find a base station, either broadcasting or a free static station that's practically always within 5 or 6 miles is a real great benefit. That's one of the main things that brings me back all the time to it.
Okay.
And I can say,
Yeah.
Caltrans uses the CRTN currently to augment the existing real-time network within Caltrans. And I'll mention it later in my Caltrans update, but construction projects are funding new station builds, and that'll help fill in some of those gaps across the state. And then be made available to the CSRC and help even get better coverage of the state.
On the top, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I was saying on the topic of Caltrans, I believe Bryan Banister wanted to make a point, so you can unmute yourself, Bryan.
Yeah, Kevin jumped in just when I was trying to. On the Caltrans real-time network, we are processing now close to 240 stations. And since our inception, we have attempted to align with the latest epic that CSRC produces. And we have run with great success and are running with great success. And we are sending out single base and a network correction. We're running very well using 2017.5 and then 2019.55. It's working very, very well for us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bryan. Well, now I have some sad news to report. 2 days ago, we had to decommission one of our stations. The CCCS was the Carbon Creek Control Structure. It was born in 1999, January 1999, January 27th, and it died on 2 days ago at 17/18/48. That last epic that we received from that station. And this shows the time series over that time period. It wasn't the greatest station.
What was parked next to it?
I have to say, the problem was that it was in a parking area, parking lot. And I think those features that you see here over time are basically due to cars being parked near the station causing multipath. I believe so. It could be actual motions of the ground. This isn't a lot. This is the scale here is 10 millimeters peak to peak or 20 millimeters peak to peak. So wasn't the greatest station, but still we mourn its loss. Now you see that the station did experience three earthquakes over its lifetime. And is one of the good things about it, there was only one change made at the station at, what year was that? At 2011. So just wanted to point that out. All right, now I just want to mention a few slides about a dynamic datum approach that we've been experimenting with. First, just to show what we have now is, many are familiar with the sector utility, and what it does is it allows you to, oh, that's my, that was my 5-minute warning. So the sector utility allows you to update the coordinates of the reference stations that are used for the defining the reference frame, but then you can project those coordinates into any epoch that you want. But this is only for the reference station. So if you wanted to work in the true of date, you would then use this utility in order to position or to determine what the positions of the stations were at that date. Now, from our time series, we produce weekly displacement grids, which show, reflect the secular motions or the steady state motions due to plate tectonics, plus the transients that I showed you, such as post-seismic deformation. And on the left, you see the displacements in east, north, and up directions. And on the right, you see misfits, basically kind of uncertainties in these displacements. And you see several events here. You see the July 2019 Ridgecrest earthquakes, as well as Central Valley and Sacramento, San Joaquin and Sacramento Valley subsidence. So using these weekly grids, we then developed a skip utility. The skip utility will allow you at any point, and I just chose a point here at random, it will allow you to transfer the data from one epoch to another. So that will essentially allow you, it will give you the change in coordinates from the true of date to any epoch in the past, such as 2017.5, which kind of refers to some of the comments that we heard here. And so you put in the coordinates, or the coordinates that are at the current at the input date, and you get the coordinates at the output date, plus the corrections that need to apply to go from one epoch to another. So what we're building then is a dynamic data approach. I'm just not going to get into all the details here, but currently what you do is a user, we collect data from all the reference stations. There's within the RTCM message, we get the position that the surveyor or transmits to the server here. And what we do then is take we deconstruct the RTCM message, and then we send it out to users. And so what you're getting is an RTCM message with the 2017.5 coordinates. So here's the current system. So what we want to build is we're taking the sector utility, which I showed, and converting it into real time. So but you can basically, in real time, send a request to this upgraded sector, and it will return the coordinates of the base station at the date, the true of date that you're surveying at the time. Now, the second utility, which I showed, the skip utility, also upgraded to real time, will then provide you the correction from the true of date back to whatever epoch that you want. You could use this in post-processing, or you can do this while the survey is going on. And so what happens now is you're getting the RTCM, the GNSS RTCM message now with the true of date coordinates of the station. That's really a preferred approach, because your the orbits that you get, the broadcast ephemeris, are in that true of date system, and so you're not introducing those motions that occur between the true of date and back to 2017.5. So that's the preferred way of doing a survey. Once you have the position, either RTK position or back in the office doing post-processing, then you can then bring it back to any epoch in the past. That's kind of the idea of what we're working towards. Right now, we're finished with this real-time sector. Then we'll do a real-time skip, and we will upgrade the CSR, the certain servers that you're familiar with, that you connect to in order to do RTK surveys. So now this is going to be a full GNSS message, if that's available from the reference stations. So I think that's going to improve surveying applications, especially, as Rich said, you're always close to a base station. So the GNSS GNSS observations will be very beneficial, especially if you're working in an environment where there's a lot of obstructions and you're losing satellites. So with GNSS, you see about 30 satellites simultaneously at any point in time. So that's kind of the upgrades that we're working on right now. I was going to talk about some very high rate seismic geodetic applications in structural monitoring and rapid earthquake magnitude estimation. I'll just briefly show structural monitoring. This is a shake table test that we did in 2006, 2007. This was on a UCSD shake table. It's a one-dimensional moves in the east direction. And these are the waveforms. This is what happens is you input earthquake records from historical earthquakes into the system, and it simulates what would happen during that earthquake. And you see here what you can get out of the GNSS observations, plus these accelerometers that are also co-located with the GPS, the GNSS sensor. So this is something we did in 2006, just to give you a feel for it, how this works. So there's the shaking during the earthquake, and then using the high rate GPS, we can then deduce how these sensors on the building displaced over time. Currently, we're working on the shake table has been upgraded to 3D. So now instead of moving in one direction, it can move in 3 directions. And this is an experiment that we're developing now that it is going to occur in early 2023. And we've built a system using relatively inexpensive cards, in this case, a mosaic hat. And we built this system here, which has 5 of these mosaic hats. We use one as a base station, and then internally within the card, it produces an RTK solution in real time. So that we can generate positions in real time up to 100 times per second. So that's something that we're going to deploy in early next year. We're also testing these small antennas. These are like $175 antennas, are these simple, compared to these trocking antennas, which we have at the continuous stations, which cost $3,500 each. So we're testing this, and the initial test shows that we can get pretty good close agreement with between using this antenna and this small antenna. Okay, I'm going to stop here. I think we're running out of time, and I want to get to the next presentation.
Okay, one quick question / observation from the online audience is, I've always wondered who named station P666 in Lassen National Park. It's in the parking lot of Bumpus Hell Hiking Trail, and they wondered if everyone else enjoyed the inside joke there.
Okay.
That's it for the text questions. If we have any questions in-house, I'll either need to repeat them to this speaker, or you want to come up and just ask it in the speaker so the approximately 100 people online can hear, because they are having trouble hearing anyone in the back that's having a discussion. Any questions locally then, and I'll check online. Okay.
I'll chime in. Andrew Schaefer, Santa Clara Valley Water District. And just more of a comment than a question, really, in that our use of CRTN is much more of a true date type of data. So seeing that update to sector is a much higher value to us than a new published listing. So I just want to offer that.
Okay, so when we update a new epic, then sector will then incorporate that new epic, and it will allow you then to determine coordinates within that new epic or any other epic. Okay. All right.
Call that it for online as well, and we can move on to the next segment.
We have that.
Okay. So right now, I want to present some awards to individuals that we think contributed in general to to the overall community, spatial referencing, surveying communities. And so this year, we're initiating a service award to 2 individuals. And we're also presenting an award for lifetime, kind of a lifetime achievement award to another individual. So I'm going to make this presentation. So the first award, and I'm going to read the award, is, this is what this looks like. You put it on a table, and the first award is, we call it the Geodetic Service Award. And this is presented to Anthony Aaron Leimeister, who is a transportation surveyor, party chief for Caltrans District 11. So is Anthony here? Let's get a photo of this. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to read the award to you. Nate, how are you referred to? Anthony. Okay, so I'm going to read it. The University of California, San Diego, Scripps Institution of Oceanography, California Spatial Reference Center extends its sincere gratitude to Mr. Anthony Aaron Leimeister, professional land surveyor number 9469, in recognition of his contributions in support of the CSRC and its user community and mission. Mr. Leimeister today leads the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans District 11, Geodetic Control Team, surveying San Diego and Imperial counties. In this capacity, he has completed several geodetic control expansion and perpetuation projects through District 11. He has led District 11 land survey, GPS on benchmarks, program efforts for the past year to support the National Geodetic Survey, NGS program. Mr. Leimeister, from the start, took a leadership role by sharing a clear vision of the task and providing guidance to the District 11 management and staff. I'm going to skip to the next. His achievement under Mr. Leimeister's leadership, District 11 land surveys staff collected 4-hour static GPS observations on 74 passive geodetic control stations in San Diego and Imperial County, all while completing a heavy workload of transportation improvement projects safely, on time, and within budget. These observations will help the community realize the benefits of the modernized National Spatial Reference System, whenever that's published, and future realizations of the California Spatial Reference System through local improvements to NGS transformation tools, update status of passive control marks, and RTN checks stations tied to the NSRS and CSRS. San Diego and Imperial County land surveyors, the CSRC membership and user community, the California's geospatial community, and the general public will benefit significantly from Mr. Leimeister's work. So, in consideration of the above contributions, the CSRC presents this Geodetic Service Award to you and extends a heartfelt for your work.
Thanks, Matt. Get in there. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. And we're over 100 now, and we're doing one today. So everybody get out there and do your 4-hour statics and get them uploaded, because I think it's important. And I've been preaching for dynamic passive control for a while now. And so it's amazing to see that it's becoming a reality. So thank you.
She's remote today.
Got it. Okay, the next award, Geodetic Service Award, goes to Vanessa Lopez, retired land surveyor, also from Caltrans District 8. And I believe she's online. So I hope she's listening to this.
She is.
Okay. And so here we're again, Scripps Institutional Oceanography, CSRC, extends its sincere gratitude to Mrs. Vanessa, I'm pronouncing it right, Lopez, professional land surveyor 8286, in recognition of her contributions in support of the CSRC and its user community and mission. During her career as a land surveyor for Caltrans, Vanessa actively supported the CSRC by attending coordinating council meetings, networking with members, and enhancing her knowledge of geodetic survey methods. She was responsible for the planning and processing of many Caltrans District 8 geodetic control network campaigns. These projects were memorialized in record of survey maps filed with the county. Let me see what else. Okay. In addition, Vanessa was instrumental in incorporating target benchmarks as identified by the National Geodetic Survey, GPS on benchmarks teams, into our Caltrans survey campaigns, thus improving the future modeling and transformation tools in her region of practice. Because of her dedication to this effort, her district was one of the top contributors in Caltrans to the GPS on benchmark campaigns. So in consideration of the above contributions to our membership and user community, the media spatial community, and the general public, the CSRC presents its Geodetic Service Award to Mrs. Vanessa Lopez.
I'm going to just pull her up on the screen here.
Good morning.
You got it.
You want to say a few words?
If you guys can hear me okay, thank you. I appreciate the recognition and the award. It's actually something more than I actually got from my employer, and I really appreciate it, especially being retired now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get this to you somehow. Right, a final award is, we call it a CSRC Recognition Award. And this is more for lifetime achievement. And this award is given to Steve Martin. Where's Steve? Okay, I'm going to read a bit here. Again, the first paragraph is the same. We're presenting this to Mr. Steve John Martin.
If you two wouldn't mind just stepping up to the podium and folks can see a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Now, Steve is professional land surveyor 7264.
That's it.
Does that give you your age?
Yeah, it might be the oldest number.
I've had a long relationship with Steve. So let me read a little bit about what I've written here. So during his tenure with the County of San Diego, Steve was highly involved with the California High Precision Geodetic Network, HPGN, densification, the HPGMD, geodetic control campaigns in collaboration with us at Scripps Orbit and Permanent Array Center. In his capacity with the county, culminating as a senior surveyor, he conducted reconnaissance, established many passive geodetic marks, performed field observations, and assisted with processing data for HPGM, HPGMD, in addition to numerous county surveys. And you were in our lab doing some processing.
Right, that was the basement of this building back here, sitting next to Ping Fang.
Right. So you were an early supporter of the CSRC and were integral to establishing certain and long-lasting partnership between the CSRC and County of San Diego, a certain consortium member. So continuing, Steve in 2007 became the survey supervisor for East Bay Municipal Utility District, or EBMUD. His generous support of the CSRC was ongoing, and he advocated for expanding the CSRC administered by the CSRC. Under his guidance, EBMUD became a certain contributing member. And reading it, a certain now has over 2,500 registered users representing a broad spectrum of society, including land surveying and emerging technologies such as autonomous vehicle navigation, unmanned aerial systems, and remote sensing applications. After he retired from EBMUD in 2020, Steve continued demonstrating his commitment to the geospatial community by advocating and performing many observations for the NGS GPS on benchmarks crowdsourcing campaign. Not only did he talk the talk, but he walked the walk. These observations will help the community prepare for the modernized NSRS, enable NGS to improve transportation tools for data conversions, and contribute to further realizations of the California Spatial Reference System. Okay, the dedication exemplified by Mr. Martin serves an essential role in support of the CSRC and the geospatial community of California. Therefore, the CSRC presents its recognition award and extends a heartfelt thank you to Steve John Martin.
Well, thank you. I didn't expect it.
Okay, so I want to say a few words. I don't have to, but
Well, I
I would
was,
appreciate it if you would.
you might have left something out there.
Okay.
I was CSRC liaison to CLSA for a number of years too.
Okay, we'll have it.
Okay. All right. But it's always been a pleasure working with Yehuda and CSRC. I know at East Bay Mud up there, Yehuda brought one of our stations into the CRTN there so that we were able to connect to it real time. Anyways, I always look forward to the work that you're doing here and hope to still be a part of it.
I'd like to say that Mr. Scott Martin said his number's lower. Just wanted to be sure you knew that. About 52.84 or something like that.
I didn't see Scott in the room, but okay. So we know Scott's the oldest number here. All right, well, thank you. I didn't expect that.
Don't go too far.
Yeah.
If I get like that. Do you have any presentations there? Yeah. Real quick, so there was another response online to that question about P666. It was named by Andre Bassett at NAVCO, one of Bill Thunderberg's engineers. He built most of the PBO stations in Northern California and is known for his sense of humor. So that was intentional.
Let's see. What screen are you seeing?
Just seeing the blue screen. You want to do a full stop and restart on the share?
Yeah, I did. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Steve Martin. I might cut this a little short since we got most of the items in his awesome award presentation. Steve will be presenting on a review of the Public Resource Code. He worked on the 1991 High Precision Geodetic Network in Yehuda's lab, the basement of the IGPP building, and has served as the CLSA in a number of roles over the years, including the CSRC liaison. He's retired after 34 years split between East Bay Municipal Utility District, the County of San Diego, and the City of San Diego, and now consults on projects that interest him. Here's Steve. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, now I know there might have been an ulterior motive for Bryan Banister asking me to speak today on the Public Resources Code. Bryan wanted me to hit, kind of highlight a few things in there, you know, how the Public Resources Code speaks to CSRC products and services, and how they address real-time networks. So here's a spoiler. It doesn't really contemplate real-time networks. But let's look at it and go through it. The presentation I have here today is a presentation I've given several times. It's basically a look at the Public Resources Code. And I first put it together in 2009. I was asked to speak at the Northern California GPS Users Group on a subject of my choice. And, you know, I thought, what should I speak on? Well, how about the Public Resources Code? Really well understood in the survey community in general. I mean, the surveyors here in this room are probably more involved than most and more familiar with it, but if you've ever graded the LS exam, like they used to do in the past, the answers on the Public Resource Code questions were pretty abysmal. So anyways, it'll be take a look through it, and then also perhaps keep an eye on it where it looks a little dated and perhaps could use some updating. I did want to take an aside here. These are some of my old survey photos up here. And so this is an aside. It's going to set up a question I have for Lynda Bell coming up. This here is the, I believe this is the old sign station, Mon P, on Monument Peak in the Laguna Mountains east of here. Been in continuous operation for at least 32 years that I know of, probably a few years longer. And so I'm going to tie this into the GPS on Benchmarks program, the question I'm going to ask Lynda. So this station Mon P here, right here, which actually the antenna has been replaced. I was up there last year. That showed up in the GPS on Benchmarks as one of their marks. They wanted occupied another, session on this one to update and mark off that 10-kilometer hexagon. And of course, you can't physically occupy that. It's a permanent station there. So, having been up there in 95, let's see, there's the GPS 2-meter rod here that I was occupying it. This is was up there 3 days in a row for a Caltrans survey, peripheral level project, which was part of a bit larger gravity survey and San Diego County geoid model update program. So I knew of this other station here, which is actually the only other point in the NGS map in that 10-kilometer hexagon. So I was able to get access up there and mark that one off on the GPS on benchmarks program. But keep that in mind for later when I'm going to ask Lynda a question. Oh, and the laser up there, this is a big laser for satellite laser ranging, where they track a number of satellites. That's still up there, and the duty cycle there, they're using it more and more. There's more satellites up there, so it's just constantly going. Okay. California Public Resources Code. There's basically 4 chapters here in the Public Resources Code. And let's see, I don't have a clock here, so we have a short time frame for this presentation. There's less than a half hour left, so the bottom, 8890 to 8902, California orthometric heights of 1983. We're not going to cover that part. 8870, 8880, California geodetic coordinates of 1983. We're not going to cover that part. And 8850 to 8861, geodetic datums in the California Spatial Reference Network. Probably not going to have time to cover that. So we're going to spend the time reviewing the what's the core of the original law. Was first enacted in 1954, sections 8801 to 8819, and it's been revised a couple of times since in 2000 and 2006.
You need a long period for lunch, so you're welcome to take a little extra time. I think people would enjoy it. Don't feel compelled to cut it short.
I got questions I want to ask Lynda there, so we want to give Lynda the time. All right, definition use of California coordinate system, the first chapter, 8801, 8819. And these 2 documents here, this is what I used to recommend folks who are interested in the state plane coordinate system of 1983 to read. However, now I recommend the newer document here from Michael Dennis, state plane coordinate system. That's special publication NOS NGS 13. And let's just start looking at the Public Resources Code here. 8801. System of plane coordinates have been established by the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey, now NGS, for defining positions or locations. I won't read the whole thing to you. You guys can read it, but it just sets up that we're going to call it the California coordinate system here of 1983 here in California. And then we have a bunch of definitions. In 8083, we call it CCS 83 here in California. FGCS, Federal Geodetic Control Subcommittee, CSRC, California Spatial Reference Center, California Spatial Reference Network, which is actually defined in one of the later chapters, and so on. Now there's a lot of, I didn't put it in the presentation here, but a lot of space in the law taken up with the zone definitions for CCS 27 and CCS 83. Now I know NGS, they strongly recommend against putting zone definitions in your state laws for the state plane coordinate system of 2022. You know, for one, it's hard to change. You know, in a state plane coordinate system of 83 has evolved in some states over the years, not necessarily here in California. And, you know, if they added a zone, then you'd have to go back and update the law, which is sort of an onerous process. So they recommend just referring to state plane coordinate system of 2022 as maintained by the National Geodetic Survey. And here you'll see some of the evolution of the law. Section 8812, prior to January 1, 2000, which, so, okay, this part of the law hasn't been pertinent here for 22 years now. State plane coordinates shall be based on or derived from the plane coordinates of monumented second order or better horizontal control stations that have been published by USCNGS or NGS. So this is old, but that was, you know, a good definition. Certainly 1954 and all the way up until really until it was the law was revised in 2000. Look. All right, so that purport to be second order better accuracy shall be surveyed in conformity to applicable survey standards and specifications in effect at the time the survey as defined by the Federal Geodetic Control Subcommittee. So it sets up, you know, you have to survey to standards to be able to call it second order or better. So here, the first update. So instead of second order or better, now we have the FGCC. The newer standards are out. So it's saying you have to be based upon at least 2 horizontal reference stations that are one of the following, and it goes through this list. Included in the California Spatial Reference Network, you know, located outside of California, but would meet the California requirements, or shown on a subdivision map, record of survey, or map filed with the county surveyor. Having been determined by global positioning system survey methods in accordance with first order or better FGCS standards, and so on. And so, since CSRN has really defined it later, I just boiled it down to an equation. You know, California Spatial Reference Network equals it's based on the North American data of NAD 83, established by GPS, published by NGS or CSRC, with an accuracy of 2 centimeters or better. Okay, and then the 2006 update. Now this got changed to 1 or more horizontal reference stations. And it has this terminology in here. Any survey that uses or establishes a CS83 value shall meet all of the following. Well, really using and establishing are 2 different things. I mean, you could use the coordinate system to locate a monitoring well to a certain amount of accuracy, but if you're going to establish a new station, that's a different type of survey to a different accuracy. And I use that monitoring well example because I was giving this presentation one time and Marty Akahara spoke up and said, well, that's why we changed it to 1, is because the folks doing monitor well surveys for what was a new law back then for the state monitor well database. GeoTracker, that's it. Right. That they wanted to be able to just tie to 1 station. Well, you should be able to do that without having to establish, you know, geodetic control. So using and establish, really kind of 2 different things. And then it goes down the same list here. CSRN station, geodetic control station located out of California, and existing CCS 83 station that shown on a map filed with applicable county surveyor by a public officer, subdivision map, corner record, or record of survey. And meets all the same requirements, except it's not published by NGS or CSRC. has accuracy conforming to applicable CSRN requirements stated for the station's value, or number 4, existing CCS 83 station. And again, it goes through a very similar list shown on public map or document compiled and made by applicable county surveyor, meets all the requirements for inclusion with the CSRN, except the station and data are not published by NGS or CSRC, has accuracy conforming, has an accuracy. And I think really this is a lot of what Bryan is concerned with as an RTN operator, to update the coordinates in his RTN that he's broadcasting in order for users to be able to use that to establish a CCS 83 basis of bearing. He really has to file a record of survey on that for that to meet the Public Resources Code requirement. And they're updating their coordinates, I don't know, maybe monthly, weekly, and that would be an onerous requirement for them to have to file a record of survey every week. So I think that's one area that really could be addressed in the Public Resources Code here. And then, down at the bottom here, accuracies to be claimed for CCS 83 value. The claimed accuracy shall be an accuracy standard published by Federal Geographic Data Committee or the Federal Geographic Control Subcommittee. Oh, now I've done it. Okay, so here's that same section here, and SB 1120 recently passed, and this is sort of putting a Band-Aid on that uses or established issue here. So it still says if you use it, you can, for using the coordinate system, you can use one control station, but down here at the bottom, on or after January 1, 2023, for the purpose of a survey that establishes a CCS 83 value or values, the survey shall be referenced to and shall have field observed statistically independent connections to 2 or more horizontal reference stations. And let's see if we go backwards. So that's the same section. Now, you notice the subsection numbering, that's all been changed. The Board of Registration just wanted to go through and do some cleanup and renumber it, but that was just a little Band-Aid there. Okay, 8813.2. So if you're going to do a claim of accuracy, the survey that establishes the value or value shall be documented in a map, record of survey, corner record, or other document that includes, you have to have supporting information in there. Such written data shall include observation equipment control diagram, including required field observed statistically independent connection or connections, your non-trivial vectors, adjustment methodology and software use, summary of the procedures used, or a reference to published commonly accepted procedure standards, procedure specifications, final residuals and closures. That might be kind of a lot to put on a record of survey. I know the final residuals, but that often takes up pages and pages. So to me, a reference to the report, I'd put as much as I could on there, and then the residuals would be, in field book, filed in field book such and such with the county surveyor. So again, with the 2006 update, survey that uses or establishes a CCS 83 value shall show the stations that it's connected to. Right, and here we have some language. If the survey begins before, January 1, 2006, it's not completed by that date, you can use the previously enacted statute at your option, at the surveyor's option. So here, referencing back to 2006, do we still need to have this in the law here in 2023? We can talk about that. All right. Use of the term California coordinate system on any map or document shall be suffixed with 27 or 83. So what is an epic here? And I'm kind of going to skip through some of this real quick. Here in selfless plug here, I'm going to refer you guys to an article I put out here that covers this in a little bit more detail. I know the example here in the Public Resources Code, CCS 83, parentheses 1991.35, technically not the correct notation. But that was common, what was commonly used back then. So the accepted notation from NGS would be to put the datum tag in parentheses. And the datum tag of the HPGN survey was 1992, right? Or like the EPIC 2007.00 from NGS, the EPIC tag was NSRS. So the datum tag would go in parentheses, and then after that you would say EPIC 1991.35, because datum tag 1992 actually had more epics in it than 1991.35, published by NGS. Okay, 8815.2, the epic for a survey using CCS 83 coordinates shall be the published NGS or CSRC epic of a published coordinate for a controlling station used in that survey. And after 99, you need to use at least 1991.35 or later. So there's no provision in here for true of date epic surveying here in this section. You would have to publish, I mean, you could survey on true of date, but you'd have to move it back to whatever NGS or CSRC published to be able to report out. And here it addresses, this relates to CSRC products. When published epics of controlling stations are different, adjustments shall be made using procedures and values published by the NGS or CSRC. So HTDP or sector, now we have skip. And here's an idea. Just throwing this out there. This is for Bryan. This could be language. You could do a similar language for this on how to align a real-time network to the California Spatial Reference System, right? Real-time networks shall be aligned according to procedures and values published by the NGS or CSRC. You can do something like that, but just throwing that out there, something, and I know Bryan's working on submitting some language there, so I hope he's listening. And order of accuracy. So if you claim an order of accuracy, you have to have just additional written data to support that. Mapping convergent angle. And now here for Bryan, I've got, so how does the current Public Resources Code address real-time networks? 8819. This chapter does not prohibit the use of new surveying technologies or techniques for which Federal Geographic Control Subcommittee specifications or other accepted specifications have not yet been published. So it kind of leaves it open that you can use new surveying technologies. But wait a minute, here we have some published guidelines by NGS on how to align a real-time network here. So there is some information out there. Guidelines equal specifications. And I know NGS has some information on how to align real-time networks with the National Spatial Reference System. So I would suggest maybe getting some NGS folks out here to speak to us about that and work up some specifications on how to do that here in California. And so with that, I'm going to just skip to the end here. So this is the other section that we weren't really going to cover, and open it up for questions.
So one question I have, and I tried to get a little more specificity, I haven't gotten it yet, is could you explain the difference between values and coordinates? I'm not sure if it's a loaded question or what specific section it's about.
Well, that's actually in the law, values, CCS 83 values, it speaks to values. So to me, they're synonymous. Values, coordinates.
That's it online so far. We'll maybe open it to the group. Just remember, we need to either get the questions repeated or maybe just come forward and say it so that 100 people online can hear.
Okay, in the back?
Yeah, sure. You mentioned that it doesn't apply to true date coordinates. Do you think coordinates produced by sector, being that it's a CSRC product, and from that, is that applicable as control?
The question was, does it apply to true of date coordinates, and if do coordinates produced by sector and so on, are they good per the Public Resources Code? Well, yes, they are good because that's covered in, let's go back and find that section. Right, 8815.3. It really, so when you adjust horizontal positions of controlling stations, they must be made in accordance with procedures and values published by NGS or CSRC. So that's what it says there, but if you go back to here, the epic for a survey using CCS 83 coordinates shall be the published NGS or CSRC epic of a survey of a published coordinate for the controlling station used for that survey. So you can use HTDP or sector, but when you go to publish, according to the 8815.2, you'd have to transform it back to the published epic date of your control.
So you don't think that a sector derived coordinate is a published CSRC coordinate?
Well, the way it reads now, so
I guess the word published is
yeah,
is assigned and written in order to derive from the CSRC product.
it's derived from a CSRC product, but if you're going to publish, so here it doesn't clarify really what published is, right? But if you're going to do a record of survey and you're going to put out control for future surveyors to use, to me that would be published, and you would need to, it would need to be referenced to an epic here, published by NGS or CSRC. So yeah, you can use, you can transform forward to the epic date of your survey using HTDP or sector, but then you'd also have to transform it back to publish, according to this.
Because as long as sector exists, right, you can always be accessed that same coordinate. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, as long as,
Something needs cleared up, I think.
Sure. As long as the model hasn't been updated, you can access that same coordinate. But this is the way I read it. I'm just saying, to be clarified here, there's room for updates here.
We have one of the panelists, Bryan Banister, wants to speak. Go ahead, Bryan.
Yeah, I'm there. Well, thank you, Steve, for the slides that you put for me. Steve and I have been talking about this off and on for quite a while, and thank you for the things that you've said. And the only thing I wanted to throw in here about what we do, which leads to all of this, is we serve up a network correction in Caltrans in our RTNs, and it is our primary product. And one of the things about serving up a real-time correction in a network is we have to maintain a certain level of accuracy in our controlling GNSS stations so that we can produce a repeatable network correction that the field can use. Well, in a dynamically active place like California, when everything is moving, after short periods of time, that motion starts to show up. And if certain ever is able to produce a network correction, then CSRC is also going to have to deal with that issue. And so the only point that I have in all of this is that we have to, and this also comes up, and somebody made a reference to true of date, and how do we be aligned with the public resource code, and how does that work? My point in all of this is, as we move forward, we're going to have to deal with the fact that coordinates move faster than what we think in terms of our various products. And we're going to have to come up with some newer ways or updated ways to account for them in a legal way, and in, somebody will use the word published. This is something I've hit on, Steve. What does published mean, and how do we account it so we can all use it? Because these are real things. We want to work in near real time, but if we do that and we're working against historical datums and epics, we need some mechanism to update those more rapidly than we do. And that's, I'm not looking for any answers. I'm just telling you guys what we have been dealing with and the questions that we have been raising in the world that we look at. And these are questions that I hope CLSA can take up, and hopefully we can address in the future. Anyway, back to you, Steve. Thank you for all the things that you said. You pushed some real good buttons. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bryan. Yeah, I hope I got some people thinking about it, but I'm going to turn it back over.
Can I hold you for just a moment?
Yeah.
Okay, so one quick response was with regards to coordinates and values. The statement is, ultimately this is related to the preparing of a basis of bearing statement on a map, ROS or other, that complies with the coordinates are not shown. There is some misinterpretation of the terms used in the PRC, coordinates versus values. So is it the coordinate, I think, or a value on the basis of a bearing statement? That's what the question was related to.
Well, that's a good point. You know, we also have the chapter on California geodetic coordinates too. Valid basis of bearing, not really spelled out explicitly there in the Public Resources Code.
And then a new question was, is a design topographic survey considered published, which requires a large statement to meet the PRC? Anything in the data statement on a topographic survey, is that required?
Well, there again, published isn't defined, but what's the standard of care? You know, have you established a valid basis of bearing for that survey that can be retraced by another surveyor?
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
one comment. You heard some shouting during Steve's presentation.
Those are pitchforks coming for him?
There's a strike going on at the UC system. It's been going on for several weeks. It's basically the union representing graduate students, and postdocs, and others are looking to increase salaries for those individuals and in negotiations. So every day we have some picketing and disruption in that's going on at the university, bringing up several crucial questions about student activity and postdoc activity.
All right, I have the pleasure of announcing our next presenter. This will be a virtual presentation, so work with me if we have some technical difficulties as we are in the first one out. But presenting remotely is Lynda Bell. Her presentation is on the National Geodetic Survey Update, the Southwest Regional Activity Supporting the Modernization of the NSRS. Lynda Bell is a full-time civil servant for the Department of Commerce, serving as the Southwest Regional Geodetic Advisor for NOAA's NGS, serving as a liaison between NGS and its public, academic, and private sector customers within the Southwest region, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, providing guidance and assistance on geospatial activities that are tied to the NSRS. She has also had the great privilege to serve several other federal agencies in the geospatial community, working previously as a geophysicist and senior scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, and as a sea level specialist at the National Park Service headquarters in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Lynda, if you give me just a moment, we're going to let you know when we have your screen shared to the audience here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you want me to show my screen at this point?
Lynda, yes, you're welcome to share your screen at any time you're ready.
And are you guys able to see me now? I'll turn my webcam on a second as well. Hello? Are you able to see and hear me and see my screen?
We can see and hear you here, and I think you can make.
I didn't quite hear the last thing that you said.
You can make your screen larger if possible, but yes, we can see both the camera and your screen.
Okay, well, if the technical support looks good, I'll go ahead and start. So I just wanted to say thank you all for inviting me here today. Dana Kakamis was going to be giving this presentation initially, and Dana's serving us right now, working with the UN and our lead geodesist, Dr. Roman, in South America right now. So Dana asked me to share some of the work that we're doing. I'm your next door neighbor advisor over here in Arizona, and also to just give you some NGS updates. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my webcam off and go just straight to the presentation, and I'll put it back on again for questions. It sounded like, since we're a little off schedule, that I can go a bit into your lunch break for Q&A and finishing my presentation. Is that still okay?
Yes, Lynda, that should be okay. There is 60 minutes for lunch, so yes.
Okay, great. Okay, all right. So today I wanted to share with you a combination of an update on all of the good stuff that's happening at NGS based on some of the questions and presentations this morning from Mr. Martin and from Dr. Bock. I think that some of the things that we're doing right now at NGS can address some of your questions, I hope. And so I'm going to share with you where we are and some of the exciting work that's been going on with us in the Southwest region right beside you. I'm the advisor for Arizona and Utah and New Mexico. I've been onboarded in this position for about 1.5 years. So I'm excited to be here with you all, and let's get started. Thank you.
Not this one. But this one and this one, yes.
Muted.
So I wanted to just start with a quick background
Unmuted.
to our agency. For more than 200 years, NGS and its predecessor agencies have collaborated with public and private organizations to establish our reference stations at precisely determined locations. The mission that NGS is focused on today is to maintain and provide access to the NSRS. By definition, the NSRS is a consistent coordinate system that defines latitude, longitude, height, scale, gravity, orientation, and shoreline throughout the U.S. My slides are not advancing all of a sudden. To start with, sorry about that, we have a little technical glitch there. I wanted to just bring in this idea and get us thinking a little bit about what's behind the idea of modernizing the NSRS. I know from the work that you all have been doing in California, very active, really supportive, and we thank you for what you're doing to help us modernize the NSRS. The real basis behind the nuts and bolts of what's going on right now at NGS and some of our research and development teams is to really keep an eye on our responsibility at the national level for improving our datums and reference frames. So just quickly, by definition, and some folks, you know, when I'm out speaking, will sometimes ask me still really what that definition is of a datum. So at NGS, we define a geodetic datum or reference frame as an abstract coordinate system with a reference surface, like sea level, that serves to provide known locations to begin your surveys and create your maps. NGS is improving geoid models for transforming heights between ellipsoidal coordinates and physical height systems. We're working on improving our vertical datums, our horizontal and geometric datums, and our tidal datums. So what is NSRS modernization? How do we improve the National Spatial Reference System? NGS has been working over the last 10+ years to remove inaccuracies in the existing datums in the US. By tracking the dynamic nature of the Earth and giving our users tools to account for it, NGS will provide a new National Spatial Reference System that is semi-dynamic. And to quote Dr. Smith, our Chief Geodesist at NGS, who's the brains behind this improvement, by fully embracing the benefits of GNSS as the positioning tool of today and of the future, NGS will effectively link the replacements for NAD 83 and 88, NAVD 88 through a geocentric reference frame and a gravimetric geoid model. So let's look a little deeper about how we actually do that. The way that NGS is currently improving the NSRS is to take a closer look at NAD 83 and NAVD 88. Those are still currently the official geometric or horizontal and geopotential or vertical datums of the NSRS. These historic datums have been identified, however, as having shortcomings, with NAD 83 non-geocentric by almost 2.2 meters and NAVD 88 biased by about 0.5 meter and tilted by about 1 meter coast to coast relative to current global geoid models. So to improve the NSRS, NGS is going to replace all 3 NAD 83 frames and all vertical datums with 4 new terrestrial reference frames and a geopotential datum. To do this, we rely primarily on GNSS data as well as on a gravimetric geoid model that's resulting from our GravD program. GravD stands for Gravity for the Redefinition of the American Vertical Datum. I'm going to pause here a minute. Maria's going to come in and play a video for me so that you can see it through the webinar. And this is something I just wanted to draw attention to before we go deeper into this discussion. How can we support the modernization of the NSRS? So let's start with precise measurements, by precisely measuring the Earth's position in the universe. So Maria's going to share with you a NASA space geodesy profile from my former boss, Dr. Chopo Ma. I was one of Chopo's first interns back in the day when we were first looking at VLBI data. So I wanted to give Chopo's voice a chance to come out and talk to us a moment about the importance of precisely measuring the Earth's position in the universe. So following along that same idea, how do we set a geodetic standard? For 200 years, NGS and its predecessor agencies have collaborated with public and private organizations, such as yourselves, to establish reference stations at precisely determined locations. But more recently, NGS has fostered a network of continuously operating reference stations, or cores, where each core includes a highly accurate receiver that continuously collects radio signals broadcast by GNSS satellites, forming a network used to accurately position other points of interest. Currently at NGS, we are really working on providing high accuracy GNSS data processing to the public in real time. We support surveyors and others with high accuracy GNSS data, ground control marks, models and tools, guidelines and tutorials. Some of the tools that are available for free to you, to the public, right now, you can go right on our website and take a look if you're not already one of our users of our online positioning user service, or OPUS, that you can use to tie your GPS observations to US and international frames, our antenna calibration tools, our transformation tools, or our geodetic toolkit, our geoid models, and our international GNSS orbit products. NGS is also currently exploring a proposed new file format where you can use your RTK data in a GNSS vector exchange format to more consistently use your GNSS vectors in your survey networks. And we'll speak a little bit more about that in the slide on Opus. NOAA's Continuously Operating Reference Station Network is known as the NCN. It provides GNSS data files, station coordinates, and velocities from this nationwide array of tracking stations, which are used for survey processing and geophysical research. Right now in my part of the Southwest region, Dana and I both are technically Southwest, he's Southwest Pacific. So when I speak of the Southwest region, I'm referring to my 3 states in this presentation. So in my region, I lucked out to get to go back in time and go back and visit these wonderful old VLBI antennas again that I got to work on as an intern, where we were putting in footprint networks around the country. And Dr. Bock, I actually don't know if you remember me, but years ago I came out and worked with Duncan Agnew, where we did some footprint networks around the Pinion Flats site. So it's been a real pleasure to get to come back and work again at these stations that are now the VLBA. So in my region, we've got one in Los Alamos in New Mexico, Pie Town in New Mexico, and Apache Peak in New Mexico, and also on the beautiful Kitt Peak National Observatory in southern Arizona near the Mexican border. So to support this effort of what we're calling the Foundation Course program at NGS, we've collaborated with something called the HASTE project. We're working with the University of Texas and the Army Research Lab colleagues to improve our ability to co-locate with some of these historic space geodetic observatories with our core stations. So when we call it a Foundation Course site, it's in fact a CORS array with 3 core stations triangulated around the antenna. These are still to be constructed. We do have one at Fort Davis, Texas. This was us reconning out with our folks, our NRAO folks, and our UTexas and ARL team at Kitt Peak last year. And we were siting and deciding upon where we wanted to site these stations. So their intent is to build them similar to SOPAC style GPS station with shallow or deep braced monument style. And so we've started building some of those type of monuments for our core stations in Arizona, and teaching workshops. I've been working with John Galetska, our CORS branch chief, and he and I have been going out and helping teach constituents on this style of monumentation for folks who aren't familiar with it. But it will be what we'll be using for Foundation CORS. The idea is to co-locate with VLBI observations and to provide a long-term stable foundation network of core sites across the US that would be tied then to the global network. This is a picture of a Foundation Course site at the McDonald Observatory in Texas. You can see the fencing around it just is there to protect against livestock. You can see the braced monument style monument there and the radome across the GNSS antenna, receiver box, and solar panel. So this will be a very similar style. Of course, we'll look to have 3, and that's for repeatability, and triangulation is the purpose of having 3 core stations around each VLBA antenna. So how are we preparing for this future release of the NSRS 2022? So a lot of people want to know, when's it actually going to come out? We are naming it, because it initially was intended to be released this year, the NSRS 2022. The actual release date is looking to be more about 2025 or further, but this will be the official name of the NSRS. So here are some ways that you can help us get ready for these new datums. So if you go on our website, geodesy.noaa.gov, we have some, good newsletters that come out pretty frequently to try to keep you updated on where we are. So we just recently released this newsletter about the new datums that are coming, and a couple of things that you can do and that a lot of you are already doing to help us prepare is to right now you can do this before the release. Transform your coordinates using NNGS coordinate and transformation tools like NCAT. Record your metadata carefully by knowing the datums and epochs of your geospatial files. Perform those GPS on benchmarks operations. Review your state plane coordinate system of 2022 requirements and prepare to update your legislation as needed. We can also prepare for the modernization of the NSRS by densifying survey control through partnerships. This is working really well for us here in Arizona. We've got a really great team of folks who've been coming together and forming new committees so that we have these cross-disciplinary partnerships, really trying to get out there and improve the gaps in Arizona where we need to improve our control. So how does this help us? It helps us in positioning. It improves both our vertical and horizontal positioning by doing more surveying, working together as partners. Ground truthing. This can improve our base station positions for LiDAR, aerial, drone, photogrammetric, and altimetric data. Datum consistency. We can get more consistent by putting together multiple data sets and using them when we're modeling our topography with digital elevation modeling. So in my own experience as an analyst, this is a really crucial part, is to understand how our data sets are pinned together. And when you're working with multiple data sets to create a digital elevation model, it's very important that you understand the data and that you understand the reference frame. So that consistency can be gained by densifying our survey control and really working with the expertise among many partnerships in our regions. One way that we're enhancing our geodetic control in my region is to really try to improve our positioning data and imagery in 2022. So one of the first things I started focusing on when I came into Arizona was we had a whole bunch of downed core stations, and we had 6 in particular that we decided we were going to focus on. So we've got most of them up and running again, and we're sussing out kind of a workflow for our folks at our DOTs and other partners who have volunteered to be station coordinators for the National Cores Network to support them in keeping these stations running regularly and independently. So we're also building new core stations with improved stability and monumentation, putting in shallow and deep braced monuments where it's relevant. And we're also building the new foundation cores array at the VLBAs in New Mexico and Arizona. So I've included here a couple of pictures when John Goletzka came out in the field and worked with me and all of our good folks with the city of Phoenix. This was John teaching our workshop on how to build a braced monument. And those are the folks from the city of Phoenix who volunteered their time and money and materials to come in and start putting in 2 new braced monument core stations in the city of Phoenix. And also John and I went out and worked together to site the new GNSS array at Kitt Peak National Observatory in Arizona. Construction of the foundation cores sites in my region are slated sometime in the next year. This site at Kitt Peak is a little bit of a delay. Unfortunately, there was a fire there, the Contreras fire. Everything's safe. The observatory is still operational, but we'll have to wait a little bit until there's some recovery of the landscape there, where there's quite a bit of burnt vegetation on the top of Kitt Peak Mountain. Other projects supporting the NSRS in the Southwest region is that we actually decided to form an AZ Cores committee under AGIC, and I'm starting to do the same thing in New Mexico and Utah. NM Cores is just getting started. I've got a new state coordinator in New Mexico, Barry Phillips, who's working with us, and we're just kind of going through every single core station. Sometimes we'll go out in a team and just visit site by site, see what's going on, see what needs to be upgraded. So far, we haven't had to decommission any sites. We're trying to keep our old guys still up and running. We've got some good, reliable stations still in the region. So this new committee is focusing on keeping the original stations running, building new where we needed to, and filling in those gaps. We're working across the region. Every time we go out and put in a new core station, we invite our constituents to join our field crews from NGS or UNAVCO to learn from the experts on how to build a braced monument. We've also been working on other core station improvements, just receiver upgrades, antenna upgrades when needed, IT communication upgrades when needed. A lot of control is being improved in our region by just folks getting out more with GPS on benchmarks. We have some big gaps in Arizona, but we've got some partnership teams right now assembling to do their first big statewide partnership survey, really just in about 2 weeks across the state to improve our coverage for GPS on benchmarks. Continue to do OPUS training. We've had whole teams from the DOTs come together and train together so that as they work in the field, their training with OPUS is something they can share together. We continue to support them in that. A big deal in this region, of course, is water management, subsidence monitoring, densifying our control, our partnership work, and again, those foundation core sites. Just quickly to put a shout out to my other 2 states. We're just getting started with some really neat partnership activity in New Mexico. We're about to go, I think it's in February. We'll be working with the National Park Service to build a new Braced Monument NOAA Course network site at Carlsbad Caverns National Park. And also, of course, with all those wonderful NREO very long baseline array sites throughout New Mexico. We'll be working at Pytown, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and Apache Point to get foundation cores put in and co-located with the very long baseline array. And then in Utah, I just recently had a chance to go up and work with my colleagues and partners at the Great Salt Lake. We are getting started on a partnership project with the USGS to help improve the Great Salt Lake datum. So we had a chance to go out and work. I worked with my state coordinator, Sean Fernandez, from the Utah Geospatial Reference Center, and 2 colleagues from the Water Resources Center at the USGS in Salt Lake City. So we worked out on the causeway, which was a pretty neat thing to get to see the Great Salt Lake from that viewpoint. And we're helping just to improve control with USGS so that their gauging data can be more truthfully grounded. They were struggling with some of the old control out there and having some errors in ground truthing the gauging data, which is very, very important. There are 2 big gauges, one on the causeway, one at the Saltair Marina, which the Saltair Marina one is currently dry and out of the water because the Great Salt Lake is shrinking so quickly that the gauging data is becoming a crucial way of measuring the changes in the Great Salt Lake, and very important to air quality and water management, and even the brine shrimp commercial operations and mineral harvesting operations happening at the Great Salt Lake. I also had the great pleasure of having an insider's view at the historic Mormon temple as they begin doing some aseismic restructuring of the Mormon temple. And we're working in NGS to help them with preservation of this very important point called the base meridian, which in the history of the Mormon Church and of Utah is really what a lot of the state surveys are based off of. So preserving that station, that data is crucial to really the foundation of all surveying in Utah. So we have great pleasure of working with those folks over the next year. And then finally, just to show you a little snapshot of what it looked like when we were working with John building the new Braced Monument Core Station in Phoenix. We published it as a workshop, so we were able to get colleagues from all over the state come join us, along with the City of Phoenix crew that was the principal crew working. We had partners from the Department of Water Resources, from many of the cities across the state of Arizona. We had several federal partners and state partners as well. And so I just wanted to come back in for a minute after giving a shout out to our local folks and all the great work they've been doing. Just to give you an update, Dana asked me to make sure I gave a quick update on where we are right now in NGS with you guys. It was something he would have shared with you if he were here today. So I just took a snapshot quickly from our October, November newsletters, and I put the link up here on the slide, and I'll share these slides with you guys later. I have a few links within the slideshow that could be useful for you. So if you go to our news link, you'll see that some of our current developments are that we've got a new DS World online tool released. We're now entering the 4th year of our Chesapeake Bay Vertical Land Motion Project, just finished gathering another set of data there. We also just finished the Great Lakes datum survey too, which was a gargantuan partnership effort that NGS was a big part of. We also just completed LASER, which I believe is still in the beta stages, but can be tested. It's a new adjustment tool. And also we have a new thing that we're doing with our cores data where we're beginning to develop the ability to ingest RINEX3 format cores data. On our site right now is Opus Projects Beta 5.1 with the new GVX format option. So we're already doing training across the country for this. We've got surveyors starting to try it, to put their RTK data in. So again, if you go to our website, to the Opus Projects page, you'll see a link where you can try out 5.1 with the GVX format if you'd like. And then finally, we've got a new version of NCAT that we just released. And just a quick update, Steve had mentioned he had some questions about this, and he actually was emailing Gail and Scott and I just a little before the talk today. And I just wanted to kind of put a quick shout out on some date changes. NGS has extended the December 31st cutoff date for GPS on benchmark submissions, and the new date, we've now put it into 2023 all the way to September 30th. So I know that if you are an active person in our GPS on benchmarks program, you've seen us extend this a couple of times, and the reason is just that we're excited that we still have time to get more of your data in. So please do, if you're one of our active groups that come out and contribute to GPS on benchmarks, we still need you out there recovering, observing, and reporting. Go to our GPS on benchmarks site, and there's a lot of detail there on what you might need to do. I did a quick screenshot of, I just went into the dashboard application, which is fairly new. Brian Shaw developed these for us, and I pulled up California, so you can see it's a really fun kind of dashboard where you can take a look at. I pulled up the 10-kilometer spacing hexagons, and you can see how much has been completed in your state annually, monthly, how many more we have to go. And then there's another tool if you go right into the web map where you can actually zoom in on where we have hexagons that need more coverage, and we so appreciate your work. If you have time to get out there and grab 2 to 4 hour observations on these sites, that is a tremendous help to us to build this database. Thank you. And then I'm not going to go in a lot of detail because this really merits its own entire talk, but for for state plane, I just wanted to include the latest blurb that I received from Dr. Dennis. Michael was referring to some folks who were asking, how do we get more prepared? What do we do with legislation for state planes? So if you're one of the stakeholders in California that submitted a proposal for state plane with your zones, you have probably been receiving emails from Michael Dennis letting you know the state of your proposal. If he has suggestions of changes, he's letting you know. He's still keeping things open where you can update your proposal still for another couple of months, but he is trying to get it wrapped up and get everybody approved so he can be prepared when NSRS is ready to be aligned with the state plane updates. So just to quickly speak to what Michael just recently sent out to our constituents, he provided a couple of really important links. So I'm going to share those with you. So information on NSRS legislation that includes the US Survey Foot is available under item 5 in the new datums Get Prepared webpage under the geodesy.noaa.gov site. It also includes a legislation template for you to use if you're at that stage where you're looking to modify legislation. It also has an example legislation from 3 states for you to take a look at. So the Washington and Kentucky statute has already been passed, and it's likely the Alaska statute will become law the next time their legislature meets, presumably this year. So Michael tried to provide some examples on our site so you can go and see what other folks are doing if you're at that point. yourselves. And I just wanted to thank you again for supporting the NSRS and sending you a hello from the beautiful Southwest. This was the day that we were building our Braced Monument site in Phoenix, and there happened to be a balloon show at that very moment. So I just want to thank you all for having me here today. I included again our website. There's a lot of good information there. And I'm just going to break now from sharing my screen and open up to any questions you all may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynda. Can you confirm you hear the microphone here?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Feel free to share your camera if you'd like. I have one.
Okay, yep, let me get my webcam on. Should I stop sharing my screen then as well?
That's up to you.
Okay, it's a nice picture. I'll leave it there for a minute. Okay, here comes my webcam. Hello.
Okay, I'll give you one set of questions from online. Same person, two questions related. Can you elaborate on the GPS and benchmark using RTK data? And can we shorten our collection time for GPS on benchmarks using RTK data?
That's a really good question. I think that that's a tough one, because yes, the answer is yes, you can do that. We are set up now where we can accept RTK data in the GVX format. And if you go on our site, we have instructions, and Dan Gillens just recently gave an excellent webinar. I've been using it to teach as well, from showing the steps. And we also show the steps on the website of how you can go in and enter that data. But you have to work in the field with your software and export your data in the GVX format before importing it into Opus. The other side of that question is, in general, with GPS benchmarks, we're trying to gain control that is at the level of accuracy and standard that NGS would have for at least second order. So it depends on the quality, I guess, of your data. You're a bit more guaranteed for solid data if you can sit at least up to 4 hours. I know a lot of times people are just grabbing an extra point when they're already out on surveys doing something else. But if you have the time, the accuracy of the data can be improved if you sit a little bit longer on the site for us, and you'll see that in your Opus solution as well. So it depends on the accuracy of your data, your instruments you're using, the stability of the monument, things like that.
Thank you, Lynda. That's all I have online. How about in person here, if anyone would like to ask a question? Yes, go ahead.
All right, I'll get near the microphone here. So, Lynda, my question was on GPS on Benchmarks program there too. In California, we have quite a bit more permanent reference stations than are in the NOAA CORS network. And some of these show up as priority sites in the GPS on Benchmarks web map. The one in the title slide of my presentation I talked about, there's the like pin 1, the station that you're familiar with at Pinyon Flats. There's JPL-M on the JPL facility, and Kevin Maxwell here, he was dealing with one at Yucaipa the other day. And so we don't really always have good access as surveyors to these sites, to get in the JPL facility, for example. In order to clear that 10-kilometer hexagon, can we download some data from that station and submit it to Opus Share?
Yes, and is this Steve? I can't see you guys right now.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Steve.
Thank you, Steve, for that important question. I was just taking a look I think at the end of our conversation with Gail and online, he gave a couple of quick points to answer that question. So in general, any cores that are in right now in our list are there by mistake. So that's a glitch on our part. If we're saying to you, hey, we need you to go out and sit on a cores, obviously you can't. So that may be one piece there. If it is the case that you're in a hexagon that needs more control, We can accept secondary marks as well. And if you can find and use any of those marks in your hexagon, you can look at our secondary marks layer of our web map and find those. Another suggestion is if you do want to use and download that course data and they have leveled NAVD 88 heights, we can process and submit them through Opus projects. And I think some of our other states have done that. So a couple of options there. If there is secondary control that's not the actual core site, but perhaps has good history or maybe was tied to the core site when it was originally built, and you can work with partners who can give you permission on that facility to get in there, maybe working together to see, to describe why that would be important to gain more data there. That could be another option if you find as a private surveyor that you're having trouble getting into like government facilities or any other locked university facilities, things like that, where we have some of these stations.
Okay, thank you. If I could just follow up, would NGS be more amenable to accepting data from some of these non-NOAA core stations, in effect adopting them and bringing them into the NOAA cores network?
That's exactly what I was thinking, Steve. And that's what I'm doing a lot in Arizona. If they're, sometimes we have these great like UNAVCO sites that have been cranking along out in the desert, giving us beautiful data for years and years. And, we'll have surveyors from the local community go out and say, well, I might need to build a new cores here. There isn't one. And we'll say, well, let's look at, something that's already there. Let's look at a gap. Is it a place where you would want to build a new high quality core station? So to get an existing station in the NCN, I know that a lot of folks felt that the old standard of the 70-kilometer spacing kind of locked them out of being able to get in. Where in John Galeska is really re-examining a lot of those standards, and a lot of that protocol is being rewritten in the cores branch right now under his new leadership. So we really are considering different standards than maybe were there before. One of the highest standards that we set is just reliability of the data, top quality GNSS instrumentation, top monumentation that you can rely on, that is going to be there. We call it forever, like the Brace Monument sites. So if it's a building top site that's got good history, if it's a concrete pillar site that has good history, those are still being accepted into the NCN if we can look at the rigor of the data. If we feel the station can be well cared for, then that data will still be accepted. So please do consider submitting a request to get a station you think would be useful in your state in the NCN.
Lynda, Scott Martin asks, there are large void areas in California where no NAVD 88 leveling was performed. Are there any options to help improve the NGS transformation tools to span these large voids?
Could you repeat just the last bit of that? The mic cut out just a little bit, and I wanted to get all that detail, if you wouldn't mind repeating.
Sure. So with regards to areas where no NAVD 88 leveling was performed, are there any options to help improve the NGS transformation tools to span these large voids?
Yes, and I showed on one of those slides, that we are right now, we've got 3 different transformation tools that we're upgrading in preparation for NSRS modernization. So now is a good time to take a look at that leveling data because we've got improvements in our transformation tools.
I'm going to look
around.
around.
That was the question. Was that the question about what to do with historic leveling data, or what to do if we have no data?
Well, let's do this. Scott, why don't you unmute yourself and clarify, please?
Yeah, Lynda, this is Scott. It's where we have no data, right? So we have leveling along some of the interstate highways and such, but it seems by the time you all got to California, it kind of ran out of gas with regards to NAVD 88 leveling campaign. So it limits us on the GPS, especially on the GPS on benchmarks, because we can only go, where the leveling was performed. and we work all over the state. So I've been trying to, and I've talked to Dana about this. Are there things that we could do as a community to obviously, I should say obviously GPS on benchmarks is likely not an option. I mean, we probably have marks in those areas that have VertCon on them, right? But they don't have any 88 level heights on them. So it would be nice to be able to densify in those void areas.
I mean, those may be candidates for some campaign style work. You know, we're doing that in Arizona right now, where we've got some pretty remote areas in my states where there's nothing. And so there are folks, you know, even building new monuments and getting out and, you know, extending old level lines, taking out high quality GPS and getting better vertical measurements. So that's an option, and that's something that's happening in my region too. So maybe let's talk with Dana about that. This sounds like a really great conversation to go in depth on. So if you guys wouldn't mind emailing me with the folks who spoke to me today, because I'm also here representing in for Dana. I want to make sure that I can help and follow through with all of you when he's back in town. So I'm just lynda.bell@noaa.gov. And so if you can reach out to me, we'll get together with Dana.
I think Yehuda mentioned it, but I'm, you know, currently the state geodetic coordinator, so I work with Dana a lot. And you know, the height mod era of the, you know, 2000, early 2000s to about 2010 helped somewhat cover, you know, those voids, but sounds like similar type campaigns could be in order to help in areas where we have a significant amount of work and we just don't have 88 leveling to pin to. So I'll follow up with you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. And I've seen all kinds of effort in different, you know, regions depending on what's needed. I mean, I just advised a group that was putting in a new SACS-PAC site at the Compass Rose at Libby Airfield in Arizona, and they same thing. They were like, well, should we just run some more level lines in addition to our GPS? And in the end, we were able to find historic monumentation that we could sit on with high-end GPS measurements and get the vertical data they needed. But that's a real question that folks have to look at if there's a missing data there. So yeah, we'll follow through. I'll look forward to that conversation.
Thank you, Lynda.
Well, thank you, Lynda. Those of us in person, I know, are very appreciative of your presentation. That was a great job.
Oh, thank you. It was great to be here with you.
Thank you very much. We're going to proceed through for lunch for those here in person, and then we will reconvene here. What time is that at? 1:15, and we will start presentations again at 1:20. Thank you.
I have an announcement, Tim. If anybody ordered a shirt or hat, is there a shirt at C of us, please?
Rich and Tim on site, would you please unmute when you're ready? Otherwise, okay.
Welcome back for those in person and those online. Thank you for joining us. I have the opportunity to introduce our next presenter, Kevin Maxwell. He is Chief GNSS and Geodetic Control at the Office of Land Surveys, Caltrans. He's going to give us a quick update on CSRC and the new social media campaign. Here's Kevin.
All right, thanks, Timothy. As Tim mentioned, and Bryan mentioned earlier, the CSRC Executive Committee spun off a subcommittee on social media. And so we've gotten together a couple times and talked about what kind of content we want to share and what the goal is of the social media, presence. And so I volunteered to create a LinkedIn page for the California Spatial Reference Center. And so what you're seeing on the screen, or we're not seeing it.
They're seeing your screen right now.
Okay, they're seeing that.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. But I don't see it up here. That's the thing. But
oh, you're good. Just show them what you're looking at right now.
Oh,
sorry. Yep, you're right.
I don't know how to share.
The mirror.
Hang on a second for the virtual folks. We got to get the website on the projector over here.
See the screen, just to let you know, Tim. And Kevin, we did see your screen, the website.
Okay.
Good. Okay. All right. So I think it's been about 2 weeks since this thing went online, and we were hoping to get some feedback from the virtual attendees as well as the folks in the room to see if anybody is actually attending today's meeting because of the page and the information contained on the post. So far all we have is one post, and it contains information about today's meeting. And so what we wanted to do as far as the social media committee is concerned is talk about different types of content that we can basically share on the social media account, what our user base and what folks will be interested in seeing CSRC share on these pages. And really, that's all I have. Like I said, we just got this thing online 2 weeks ago, and we got one post on there so far. We're gonna talk about creating a Facebook and maybe an Instagram and something else, but we just haven't gotten there yet. So, any questions regarding the social media page? So, if you have any content ideas or anything that you guys would like to see, both in the room or in the virtual attendees, please contact Maria at UCSD, and then we're open for any kind of suggestions or ideas regarding content. Dr. Bock.
So who's the point of contact for this?
This account was, okay.
Who's kind of responsible for this overseeing it and looking at content?
That's
getting new information online. So I know that you can just post if you want.
Right. Well,
somebody needs to be the moderator.
Right, and those are some of the details that we still need to work out, and that's why we haven't posted anything yet. Our first thoughts, it's a good point, is to post. Of course, we want to get everything vetted by the EC and other folks, and then share what's already publicly available. So anything that's contained on the website that's public information, we were thinking about regurgitating it and public, putting it on the social media page. But we do need to set up some kind of filter, so to speak, make sure that, and then just have a system in place so we can talk about content ideas and then the creation and then some way of getting those vetted before we produce them. The page itself is actually tied to the CSRC Gmail that Maria has created. So it's so anybody we can provide that information, and other folks of the members of the center can access that account.
Maybe Elon Musk has some free time.
Yeah, Steve.
Can we get like coordinating council presentations posted?
I mean, it would be up to the, I don't see why not, but it would be up to the group to decide on what.
Eventually they get up to the webpage, but I mean, the idea is to drive people to the web, to look at it, you know,
Right.
to know what we're doing.
Right, and of course, nowadays everybody's on some type of social media platform, and so this would be like, maybe they would see us here first, and then they would visit the website like you're saying, and then start to learn more about what we are and what we do. But as far as what we can post on there, I'm Gen X, I'm a little old. Newer generations are concerned with this kind of stuff, but I mean, I'm sure there's endless opportunities for content. We just make sure that get everything cleared before we start making stuff, available to the public. Any other questions?
Is the idea that the only content that will get generated on the social media pages coming from the council, from you guys?
So the question is, will the content on the social media pages come from the executive committee or of the public? Is that the question? Or will the public be able to put information up on the social media accounts?
I don't think we would want the public to be able to post to basically have authority to post on behalf of the center. But I would think that the user base could possibly reach out to the council and say, hey, it would be cool if you guys posted that on the social media page.
And Bryan Banister has commented that eventually we will have a manager, a content editor, and a content generator. And we're in the final stages of developing that process.
Mm-hmm. So I've volunteered to be the somewhat of the content generator for the time being, just because I created the page. But like I said, we're just getting started with this, and it just timed out just right so we can introduce it to everybody here today. And then as it starts to take shape, we'll keep everybody up to date.
You see some of the goals with being continuing some of the discussions that are happening here today and the advancements that happen between meetings being part of content?
I think that would be a great idea. Yeah. Anybody else? All right, that's all I have for this presentation. Then I got another Caltrans update that I'll give at the end of the day. So thanks, everybody. And then if you have a LinkedIn account, search up CSRC and please follow the page, and as content becomes available, repost it so we can generate some interest in the center.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
As well as introducing here, we're going to make a quick switch to a remote panelist, so bear with us just a moment. Okay, he's presenter.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Kevin. I'd like to introduce Bill Funderburk. His presentation is on the Network of America's UNAVCO update. He is a Southwest Engineering and Regional Manager of UNAVCO Networks of America.
We don't have his sound.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to double check to make sure
Yeah,
everybody can hear me. Can you hear me?
He's not muted.
Hear me?
Oh, yeah. Stand by.
Can you hear me now?
Just
Bill,
one
I
second.
can't
I
hear you.
think it's on our end.
Yeah, I think it's just the meeting room can't hear you at this point, but I can, the audience, the virtual audience can hear you.
We can hear you now live. Thank you.
All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so bear with me on the changing of the slides here. All right. Okay. Please let me know at some point if anything goes wrong technologically. If we have any technical difficulties, please let me know. I'll pause and try to restart where I got interrupted if that happens. So anyways, without further ado, I just wanted to make sure we had all of the technical kinks worked out. My name is Bill Funderburg. I am the regional manager, as introduced, for the Network of the Americas in the Southwest. Manage mostly all of California. And so today I'm just going to be talking about some of the stuff that we discussed last time. I presented here in June, and so I'm just going to have some follow-up updates, but just going to go over an outline here shortly and just discuss basically the future of UNAVCO. This is UNAVCO's official final update. This will be moving into the EarthScope Consortium at the fiscal or calendar year, excuse me. So a brief outline. I'm going to cover NOAA as a network, and then some data products that we have, just some basic data. And then I'll drill down into NOAA in California, talk about some selected upgrades that we did, one selected collaboration that we have going on, some challenges that we've got, and also just briefly cover some of the stuff as we move into the EarthScope Consortium, January 1, 2023, and then cover any kind of questions anybody has. I want to just give a shout out to this photo here on the right. This is P631, as we'll mention later at one of our sites up in Owens Valley that we recently did an upgrade at. So first off, before I get too far into it, just want to give a big thank you to all of our partners, hosts, collaborators. As we see here, Santa Clara Water Valley District, Santa Clara Valley Water District, Caltrans especially. We love you guys. Kevin, way to create the CSRC page. Oh, I wanted to comment too. It'd be really cool to see have some content posted on the California Spatial Reference Frame, updated models and why it is the way it is, and in comparison to other entities. So I just wanted to say that while I had a chance to hold the mic. Also, thank you to everybody else, Metropolitan Water District in Southern California, LA, San Diego, Orange County, Scripps, and so many others that if we don't get a chance to mention here, thank you so much for all your support. As you know, UNAVCO and EarthScope Consortium is a grant funded entity. Your ongoing support is imperative to all of our continued success. So I want to say thank you to everyone. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the Network of the Americas consists of approximately 1,150 GNSS stations across the Northern Hemisphere, from the Aleutian Islands all the way down into Mexico, Baja, and into the Caribbean, all the way down the West Coast. And in the California area, we have the most dense infrastructure in the Network of the Americas. And so currently, excuse my outdated map here. Currently, we have over 800 multi-constellation stations and are down to less than 320 GPS-only sites in our major efforts to upgrade to a fully multi-constellation and real-time network. So this picture I'm showing you too, also because the network that we manage is huge, and so our team of engineers, we work together in our best to modernize everything, both on the communication side and the GNSS side. And so I'm talking about this because one of the big work pushes that we had was Mount St. Helens that we recently did in August. And so this picture here, I'm showing it because this is the dome of Mount St. Helens from a helicopter view. And we did a huge work push up there, and this is outside of California, but just giving you guys an example of some of the work that we have to do within the NOAA network outside of our California network as well. This was a huge work effort, over 150 battery swaps, 14 GNSS upgrades, communications upgrades, 2 communication hub sites, and so it was a huge effort across the entire NOAA engineering team. And so showing you guys this because A, it's a cool picture, but B, we work all across the hemisphere, from Alaska to the Caribbean, and it's a really great thing. But moving on to some of our data products, obviously we've got level 0, 1, and 2. For those of you who know UNAVCO, we've got the standard rate data, 15 seconds. We've got high rate, 1 second. We also have real-time data, aka survey mode that they have listed out here. And down below, you can see some of the real-time data access, port information, and IP address information. You just need to make sure that you set up an in-trip ID and password, and the mount points are the 4-character ID station numbers, like P 001 or P40 400, something like that. So we also have time series position information, which is really cool, available, processed by MIT. We also have tropospheric parameters from Central Washington University, quality assurance estimates and parameters by University of Nevada, Reno, the Geodetic Lab, as well as constrained position solutions through loosely and tightly from CW and MIT as well. And so drilling down into NOAA in California right now, currently we're sitting at 542 GNSS stations. Almost all of them, I think 98% of the network right now is real time. And currently we're down to 161 NetRS receivers in the state and up to 373 multi-constellations through a mix of NetR9s, Alloy, and PolarX 5s. So telemetry, we've got over 340 cell modems, 18 VSAT radios, working on some experimental Starlink communication sites. That's really cool. We've got 50 MITPACs and 21 Scripps accelerometers with our co-located seismic stations. And so an introduction to the team right now, we've got Andre Bassett, and if you guys have been a part of UNAVCO and been a part of any kind of thing related to spatial reference information in California, you've been around these engineers. Excuse me. We got Andre Bassett in the top left, Sean Lawrence, Miss Dorothy Mann, Adam Willis in Northern California. Kayla Bird was a new engineer we picked up this year for a little bit. She helped us on both the Mount St. Helens upgrade and several other upgrades. Matt Burgess, Jason Marvel, and me up there doing the Captain Morgan at Mazuka Peak in Owens Valley. And so covering just a briefly selected upgrade when we talked about the, we did the Mount St. Helens and the Caribbean and Alaska and Oregon network upgrades, but also in California, most recently, we accomplished a huge feat in Owens Valley by upgrading our Bishop network, what we refer to it as our Bishop network. And we've got over 20 radio networks that we manage and work to upgrade and maintain. And so, some of these shots here are like 60 miles, which is pretty amazing what we're able to do. So we did 12 site upgrades here, and here I have the P numbers, and then on the right side I've listed the elevation of these sites. And so the site that I showed my picture of myself at was at Mazuka Peak, P468. That's at 9,000 plus feet elevation. So we worked pretty hard up there. That was in October to accomplish that. We swapped over 50 batteries, upgraded radios to 5.8 gigahertz radios, and GNSS did GNSS swaps as well. So, just to show an example, this is one of the comms hubs at P468 on Mazuka Peak, and this is what it looked like here on the left, in the top left, with one 2-foot dish right there. And one single small round tower with a fence post hooked onto it. And so after we got done with it, down here over here on the right, my right, you can see 3 2-foot dishes and one 1-foot dish that shoots to our main communication hub site at the White Mountain Research Center. So it's super good effort, super amazing push, and also continuing to push the ball forward on upgrading California's the network in California to full GNSS. a couple other shots. This is top left, Sean Lawrence at our comms hub at White Mountain Research Center, installing a 2-foot dish. That's just an amazing shot here in the center of Owens Valley at sunset. Our radio expert Andre here in the left, and myself and Miss Dorta Mann working on this new Roan Tower here. I added another section of Roan Tower. Obviously, I put rebar and reinforced with like 20 bags of cement. It was pretty good. And a couple other just amazing shots of working out there. It's hard work, but what an amazing scene out there. So covering just briefly selected collaboration with our partners, NASA at JPL. We've got a collaboration going on with the NASA Opera team, where we're establishing calibration validation sites for the NISAR satellite system. This is a pretty amazing event. It's going to be the first synthetic aperture radar launched by the United States, I think, since 1974. And with this new information, this new technology capability, it's going to be huge in terms of augmented displacement models for events, or even ongoing just monitoring change detection models too. So we're super pumped to be on the ground floor of it and be a part of the calibration validation development methods. So currently we've got 4 sites. Each site's going to be outfitted. 3 of the sites are going to be outfitted with 2.4 meter trihedral reflectors, as shown here on the right, and 1 site is going to be outfitted with a 1.2 meter reflector at an alternative site. The 1.2 meter reflector is for the Sentinel satellite system at a different band resolution. They have a different objective for that, but either way, we'll still be assigning coordinate position information to the main point of measurement from the radar cross section. So more to come on that. Very interesting project as it continues to develop and evolve over time. Some of the challenges, obviously we've got the fire challenges, vandalism, theft, heat, snowpack crushes things, finances, funding, workforce, all the same challenges that we're all plagued with across the industry nowadays. So nothing that we can't overcome, just state them out loud, because if anybody has a way to increase funding or diversify financial portfolios, or aid us in our heat issues in like Death Valley with our cabling, happy to hear about it. So and so finally, here we are at the merger briefly. So IRIS and UNAVCO are merging officially, and will be the EarthScope consortium, moving to the EarthScope consortium. And so a note that's important to just bring up, that both Gauge and SAGE facilities, although under a new business title called EarthScope, will continue to exist. And so we'll continue to still provide our all the information we provide, the data, and we will continue to move toward completing and all the tasks that we have for the overarching mission that we have here at UNAVCO and EarthScope. And so with that, I'll just drop it off at any questions here. This beautiful image finalizing, looking over Spirit Lake off Mount St. Helens, one of the highest points off Mount St. Helen, looking at Mount Rainier, at one of our coolest sites I think that I've been to so far, but I've only been around a short time. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. That's all I have currently.
Okay, I'm unmuting the microphone here for local questions.
Bill, this is Yehuda. Thank you for your presentation. You're doing great work, and we couldn't really do what we do without NOAA support. My question is, are you transmitting your real-time servers? Are you transmitting the full GNSS constellation? I know that if they look at this, your source table, it says GPS plus GLONASS. Is that, do you know if they're transmitting other constellations?
Do you mean, hey Yehuda, sorry, do you mean on our real-time stream, or you said directly from the server?
The real-time server transmits RTCM from at least GPS.
So yes, so you're correct. Right now we're only for the RTCM corrections. I don't want to speak too far out of school without touching base with the data team, but from my understanding, let me just go back to the table here. Sorry. With the RTCM corrections coming from the, I think it's port 2101.
Yeah.
RTCM 3, yes. With the RTCM correction coming from port 2101. Those are just GPS GLONASS RTCM. That is not a single difference solution. That's just a typical what you would get off of a sort of Trimble pivot platform server RTCM stream solution. Now with the PPP, there's a process PPP solution available through port 2110. And from my understanding, the data team refers to that as their sort of single difference multi-constellation solution, real time. But I can't tell you for sure that is. I haven't tested it myself, and so I can just tell you what the data team has told me.
Yeah, I use that service. It's on 2110 port. So I use that all the time. But my question was whether the RTCM stream also transmits other constellations besides GPS and GLONASS.
Currently, to my knowledge, Yehuda, currently to my knowledge, we are just doing GPS and GLONASS right now through RTCM. We're working towards developing a multi-constellation RTCM solution.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, we have some other in-person questions here.
Hi, Bill. Greg Gilmer. Great presentation, of course. Other than the port test sites, is there any campaign programs for radar reflectors in a broader distribution?
So right now, currently, so are there any, so let me just make sure I understood, I heard it correctly. Are there any needs for campaigns of radar reflecting services in the broader area? Is that what you said?
Well, I know there's needs. I'm wondering whether you have any initiatives that may fulfill those needs.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that wants to pay us to install radar reflectors and measure the coordinate position, I'm happy to do that any day of the week, you know. But, you know, currently right now, our only source of funding is the NASA OPERA project through JPL, the operational products for environmental research and analysis, I believe. And so they we've worked together to develop these sites. In fact, we have to, here mapped is P304. And initially that was where they wanted the 1.2 meter reflector, and they had a goal of putting that on a crop rotation of like winter wheat. They wanted it in an area where we had a permit where they could have an annual cycle of crop rotation of like winter wheat, alfalfa, and a couple other different crops. And so once we visited the site and talked to the landowners, we found out that there was no water there for those types of crops and hadn't grown there. Those types of crops hadn't grown there in a couple of years, and so we had to find a new site for that. And so it's just those type of small logistical things that we're still working through. We're trying to comb the tangles out on that. But I think it's a huge need of establishing a standard for the radar reflectors if they're going to be employed by others. Because in my opinion, sure, there might not be money to fund UNAVCO to build this stuff out, but if the know-how and standardization methods are out there, it gives us power to do it on our own and use the models for enhanced information over time. That would be what I would do. But I hope that answers the question. If not, please let me know.
No, that's good. Everybody's looking for money. If you find any, let us know.
That's the truth. That's the truth. I think it's going to be a really awesome project. I built a couple of aerial-based test ranges, Cal-Val ranges for aerial LiDAR in the past, and it worked out really great. And so we're going to employ some of the same technology. And the great thing is they'll be within a certain radio distance of these PBO stations that we'll be able to pull, and they're all real-time stations that we'll be able to pull intrip measurements off of, as well as do static traditional style comparison measurements as well. I've got some really cool designs coming out, and I'm hoping to have some really good science come out of it.
Well, thank you, Bill. If you join me in thanking him for the presentation. Next, we have the pleasure of hearing from Dr. Davey Edwards on the Texas Spatial Reference Center and Southeast Texas subsidence. Dr. Davey Edwards is a professional land surveyor in Texas and Oklahoma, a Texas licensed state land surveyor, and a U.S. federal land surveyor. He is currently a professional assistant professor in the Geographic Information Science undergraduate and Geospatial Systems Engineering graduate programs at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, and the director of the Texas Spatial Reference Center. I think we're good on our end. We see your screen and everything looks great.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank y'all for having me. It's been a great meeting so far. A lot of interesting projects y'all have going on over in California. You have a lot of dynamics going on over there to be monitoring. So you may not find mine as interesting, but I was wanting to share what we do here at the Texas Spatial Reference Center. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the center itself, and then we're going to jump right into some of the projects we've been working on over here. So kind of what we're going to cover a little bit. I'm going to truncate it a little to be a little bit more cognizant of the time. I know we're running a little bit late, so I think I can do that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what the Texas Spatial Reference Center is and why it was created. Then we'll jump right into some subsidence that we've been working on in Southeast Texas. Go into some step-by-step detail, looking at phase 1 and phase 2, and then future phases that kind of are coming out of the work we have been doing, and then kind of wrap this up. The image here you see is at Port Arthur between Texas and Louisiana. That is a monitoring station we have out there. We're working on bringing the levels current on that tide station. This is what we have several monitors along the Gulf Coast of Mexico that are like this, and they're called our TCONs, the Texas Coastal Ocean Observation Network, and they're just kind of monitored by NGS, NOAA, and our Texas General Land Office also. And we kind of maintain those operations. So the Texas Spatial Reference Center, it was primarily created in 2007 legislatively, and it was placed under Texas A&M University system and housed at Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi. The primary reason that it was created was to facilitate the Texas Height modernization, which was going on at the time, and really to seek funding for the Height modernization project. But we were able, kind of hindsight 2020, and it really came out to the benefit of the state of Texas, was we added a couple more pieces of language into the legislation in 2007, knowing that we were fixing to go into a new datum shift in 2022, 25 now. But it goes on to talk about conducting basic and applied research regarding elevation, geodetic, vertical control. And sorry, I had to get that off my screen. And collecting geodetic data for state mapping and control, and lastly, establishing and maintaining an official digital spatial reference system for the state in coordination with NGS, NOAA, and the Texas Water Development Board. So the keys here was establishing and maintaining official digital spatial reference system, and also the geodetic data for state mapping and control. In the state of Texas, we had in our statutes the North American Datum of 1927, state plane coordinate system definitions, which we had 5 zones. We also had the North American Datum of 83, also defined in our statutes. And over the last couple of years, the Texas Spatial Reference Center, in conjunction with the Texas Department of Transportation, worked to design the low distortion projections throughout the state of Texas with the new datum. And in doing so, we ended up with 50 zones that we're going to have to work with. And we realized that that may be a little too much to put into a statute, knowing that this is a dynamic change and it's subject to change throughout time. So we were able to introduce into legislation to add the language of having the Texas Spatial Reference Center the go-to place for any for the current and any new datum changes to the state plane coordinate system. So that was successful in the 2021 state legislation. And I'm going to talk about the future of it at the end of the program here. So while we were working on this, we realized that, NGS was needing some information from us, and it dealt with some of the subsidence that was occurring in Southeast Texas. Well, in Southeast Texas, we have a pretty large town known as Houston, and Houston and its suburbs sit right in an area of some major subsidence. So what we've been monitoring since 1906, as you can see in the slide to your left, Houston's kind of in the center of about a 6-foot subsidence area, and going back towards the Houston Channel, you get almost 10 foot, if not more, of subsidence. Let's see here. On the right is a image showing subsidence over the last, or well, between 2016 and 2020, where we're seeing that subsidence area shifting more towards the west over in Katy. And if you've ever been to Houston, Katy's west of there, although you can't tell the difference between Houston and Katy, it's all one big city now. But you can see that a cluster of area that is greater than 2 centimeters per year of subsidence over in that area. So what this has done is it had, without good monitoring of the primary control system, it forced NGS to suspect the orthometric heights in these areas. And so what they ended up having to do was suppress that information from their data sheets on these primary controls. And so you would get a readout of the data sheets such as this. Not only that, we also started to see that more and more flood zone maps were not as accurate, especially with their benchmarks that were being relied upon. If you weren't checking into 2 to 3 different benchmarks when you did elevation certificates, you were not getting a very accurate result, leading to a lot of property damage. This all really came to head after Hurricane Harvey that dumped over 50 inches of rain within a 24-hour period. And you had a lot of runoff water combined with the storm surge of the hurricane, and water had no place to go except for up. And then a lot of houses that were not supposed to be in flood zones ended up being flooded, which brought this all to light, and a huge need was needing to be done on these benchmarks. So NGS, we got with NGS and we looked at, we needed to get about 28 benchmarks tied in, blue booked using GPS with the Opus blue booking solutions. And so with the help of NGS, we looked at these 28 marks located in and around the Beaumont, Houston, Katy, Sugarland, Galveston, all the way up north to Conroe area. And so the solution was to tie in these marks into the National Spatial Reference System, doing it as a part of GPS on Benchmark campaign from NGS. And of course, we're working in the subsidence area, Southeast Texas, and then the goal is to eventually get all of these published in the NGS database through their blue booking projects. So this involved Opus solutions, Opus projects, network adjustments, and then finally blue booking. So the 3 steps were the field camp. So we went out, set up on these marks, and we did them in 6-hour intervals, and we went multiple times to review the marks. Then we did our own network adjustment in-house, but we also sent off our information to Opus projects. That was reviewed by NGS and finalized in the blue booking process and published to the NGS database. So this is kind of our step-by-step visual where we went out, set up our equipment, This was done with the collaboration of TxDOT, our institute here in Texas A&M Corpus Christi, which is the Conrad Blucher Institute. We had several field crews that went out there to locate these, and some private firms located in and around the Houston areas, private engineering surveying companies that wanted to participate and do this as well. And then we were able to schedule how these would go. I'll show you kind of the direction that went in. Ultimately, we created and helped organize the data that was coming in, which the data, the metadata included, the images that were set up and the dates, the equipment, the field crews, even the tripod information, as well as the raw data from the GPS equipment. Then we submitted this to Opus, and eventually NGS went through and published it. We the Opus projects using the NGS web-based tools. We've had our observations and did our least squares adjustments of the sessions and tied them into the National Spatial Reference Frame. The marks that we were able to do in the first phase of our work was here you see in red were our primary NGS marks, and then we also did some non-primary marks as well that were identified outside the 28 marks that NGS wanted us to cover. Additionally, TxDOT in the Houston district set some deep rod monuments. Here you can see some of the areas that they, established those in the area of subsidence. So combined with what we had existing, we added in some additional
Davey, I think we lost you on our end. He may have to log back in. Oh,
Was it Davey or am I lost?
It looks like we're having some technical difficulties connecting. Okay, I think you're back online, streaming.
Are you there?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I'm here.
I hope y'all didn't lose too much. We good to go?
I could hear you. I see your slides. You did disconnect for a little bit.
Okay.
Oops.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Got you loud and clear.
All right, thank y'all. Again, I'm not sure where I left off. Did we talk about, or did everybody hear about the TxDOT's participation?
You were talking about you had gotten into deep rod marks, David.
Okay, thank you. So with the assistance of Texas Department of Transportation. In this first phase, they were able to establish some existing deep rod monuments, and then they also established some new deep rod monuments to add to this project, densifying the coverage in the subsidence area. And this is kind of the way we came in and did our observations. We did 2 6-hour observations for each mark, rotating them over a week-long session where we had multiple crews out, but kind of the way we did it is if you look at the mark 1, 2, and 3 on day 1, they were visited at the end in day 6, but you had kind of an overlap of those marks on different days. We also went kind of in a clockwise fashion with the crews that we had. So we kind of started in the southeast area of near the Port Lavaca area of the Gulf of Mexico, and went down the Gulf up through into Louisiana, over by Lake Charles, back around over by Huntsville, Bryan College Station, and then back down to the Gulf of Mexico to do our sessions. So we covered a large area in the Southeast Texas area. So this kind of shows you the work progress from September, end of September to early October for the first phase. Areas that were getting observed during this time. The Texas Spatial Reference Center, along with, in conjunction with the Conrad Blucher Institute, held weekly meetings with the field crew, all the stakeholders, just to keep a status of what was going on. And this kind of shows our network adjustments coming out of the Houston area, Northeast Houston area, with our network using a horizontal free and horizontal constraint methods, and then vertical free and vertical constraint method adjustments. All right, and then so before on the left, you can see that we had 28 marks, and after phase 1, we ended up with over 70 marks to give a valid orthometric height back to NGS, and they were able to release the suppressed vertical ortho measurements on those data sheets. But this also started into phase 2, which we started in May of this year. And in phase 2, we were going to also get more new deep rod monuments from TxDOT. And we would also include or upgrade some of the other marks and TxDOT deep level marks so that we could get them up to centimeter level accuracy. So May 9th, same specs as phase 1. We started May 9th, and by you can see our area map, so where we were able to really get a lot further away, a lot more marks into areas north of Houston and further west of Houston by June 13th. This again was adjusted, was submitted, and NGS approved it and finally published the information We're getting areas all the way north as Madisonville, as far east as Lake Charles, and as far west as near LaGrange, Bastrop area down to Port Lavaca. Again, this one shows before, after phase one, where we had a mixed quality of control within our area, to after phase two, where all our controls are of the same quality measurements. Again, showing the phase one before 28 marks, phase one 70 marks, and then phase two over 140 marks. So we have 65 days of operation, over 150 marks, 6 RTN published stations were brought into this, 300 6-hour sessions, 1,800 hours of static observations with everything we got. And we did all this with 7 crews from TxDOT and the Conrad Blucher Institute, where we used an average of 7 units per day. And so what this has done is it's kind of opened up some multiple projects where we're doing some work for the Harris Galveston Subsidence District, locating and updating their marks and bringing them to NGS standards. And we will be working eventually with the TxDOT Corpus Christi District on using the new Opus Beta RTN work. I'm kind of jumping ahead here due to the time that I lost earlier. This kind of shows the Harris Galveston Subsidence District, their control marks that will be brought into ours. Theirs is in yellow. And then here's the Corpus Christi project, where we will be using the beta version of Opus 5.1, where we'll be bringing in static data from the cruise network, static data from RTNs from TxDOT, and then we'll be also bringing in RTK vectors, GVX information, which NGS is also helping us process this data. The impact that it has locally in the state of Texas is to provide the adjustment marks in Southeast Texas subsidence area, be used by our geospatial communities, both public and private sectors, at the local, regional, interstate projects. Nationally, integrate into the National Spatial Reference System. All the data points will be published on the NGS database. Be also used for major interstate geospatial projects. Benefit is to help with the 2022 datums, also the state plane coordinate changes that will be made. And here are some pictures of our campaign. I don't have any pretty mountain pictures. And that's what I have. I'd like to send a thanks to the TxDOT, also to the Conrad Blucher Institute and other private survey and engineering programs that helped out. But I will leave this open for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. I'm going to read 2 questions from online. The first one is from Chris Walls. He's asking, what is the cause of the subsidence? Is it shallow or deep?
So it's pretty shallow. This is an area where we do have some, water that has been removed, but it's also an area where we have oil and gas production, where a lot of oil has been taken out over the last 100 years. From this area, along with the usage of the water groundwater out of this area from the population growth in the Houston proper. And sea level rise, it just, it really kind of hits the Houston, Galveston area pretty bad, especially when we get hurricanes that come into this area.
Okay, and then Lynda Bell, the Southwest Regional Geodetic Advisor. Thanks for the great work. She has been tasked with contacting your group, and she's gotten your information about doing something similar in Arizona. She mentions that currently they're not suppressing their vertical data. They have had a similar problem similar to yours, and she's looking forward to talking with you.
Okay, yes, be glad to talk with her.
All right, that's it for the online. I'm just going to turn to the in-house folks for any questions. Want to raise your hand? Okay, looks like we're great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, if folks, we're going to
Unmuted.
transition back from an online presentation to in-person, so give us just a moment, please. So you need to be the presenter. Now we're the presenter.
Davey, there was a question from Bryan Banister, our executive committee chair. He did ask, how long do you anticipate the updated orthometric heights will hold together?
So Dr. Edwards, while we work on that, if you want to unmute yourself, you can respond.
Sorry, I just typed it in there, but kind of what we're looking at is hopefully we can, these will last as long as what we've been looking at over like the last couple of years, or between 2010 and 2020. We see areas of subsidence of 2 to 6 centimeters per year. So hopefully we can monitor that on an annual basis to see if that still holds true, but then go back and publish them as long as, or kind of in conjunction with NGS's publishing of their new datums as they are being released.
And we're making a slide transition here in-house, so we'll be live in about 30 to 60 seconds.
Okay. There's one other question here I'd like, and I wanted to kind of talk about, is how is the CSRC funded? Right now it's not. Some of the projects that we are getting have been tied with some research that some of our faculty at A&M is getting, but for the 2023 state legislation, we are introducing a bill, hopefully, in legislation to get some permanent funding under the governor's line item budget. So hopefully that'll at least give us some money to help with our administration costs, so that we can have some permanent people to help work and facilitate some of this effort.
Yeah.
Hey, Davey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, just curious, how often do you guys have to do network adjustments in comparison to when NGS typically does their multi-year course adjustments?
Yeah, so for us, we have not been doing any adjustments simply for the fact that NGS has been doing all ours, and we've I took reign of the Texas Spatial Reference Center 4 years ago, and it has been lying dormant since 2007 until I took over in 2019. So we're really kind of behind the 8 ball on that, which I was pleasantly surprised to hear how much work y'all have been doing at California. So it does bring that to mind of why we need to get our center funded and work on things such as what y'all are doing there.
Thanks so much, man.
Not a problem.
Are you seeing me? Your screen is.
That's right. Oh, seeing notes. Perfect.
All right. Thank you for your patience as we transition here to a local presentation. Be honored in introducing our next presenter, James Nicolau. He is presenting on multi-sensor data integration, supporting modernization and hardening efforts. James Nicolau is the CEO of Paradigm Geospatial. As we continuously are asked to imagine the future, the phrase is beginning to lose its luster within professional communities along within society at large. Beyond the initial development, there is little tangible effort made to bring these ideas into practical use cases. The focus is now shifting into the more pragmatic applications and ideas, and one means of this is how existing technology can be leveraged into new and unique applications. In this presentation, we'll be examining the link between large-scale data integration from multiple collection sources. For example, GNSS, LiDAR, robotics, imagery, and conventional survey. As all of these methods were recently used to develop a study of their use in hardening the NAVD88 data, along with providing opportunities for further endeavors. Please.
One more adjustment. We have to fix this screen for local.
Thank you. Please welcome me in joining James. Thank you.
I don't know that I'm not ready for that extreme close-up.
One more.
10 low pressure on.
So that works, but then no camera.
Microsoft partner struggling with Windows.
Do you want to go no camera, or do we want
I think we've seen the space.
Yeah. Sure, on LinkedIn, you probably see me harass you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. As Tim mentioned, I'm James Nicolau from Paradigm Geospatial. Been surveying down here in Southern California, mainly San Diego, for about almost the last 20 years now. And we've been working a lot with Dr. Dana Kakamis on some of the hardening efforts and ways of establishing and developing resiliency as far as monitoring campaigns, as well as just overall data end user basically use cases, because everything right now up until this point has been pretty isolated. Hang on, we gotta get there we go. So yeah, a little bit about me. Professional land surveyor. I'm a second generation land surveyor. Wrote for XYHT and HP, handful of other magazines over the years, professional publications, done expert witness work across the state. Our company's Microsoft partners as well as NVIDIA, and then we do also carry partnerships with AWS and Boston Dynamics and Trimble. So we have the fun opportunity of being able to attempt to interface between all of them, because everybody has their own, settings and systems and codecs and background information. And a lot of that comes into play when we're talking about like data use cases, multi-sensors. Anytime that you're collecting data and trying to distill it and disseminate it out to other applications, there's always the file format, proprietary, data documentation that you have to go through or try to battle against is more how it goes. And that's kind of being driven by the overall ultimate kind of current failure of the Internet of Things. Everybody's seen the IoT, they talk about it a lot. Amazon, for instance, bought really hard into it. They just wrote down $10 billion on their, Alexa
everybody's creating unique devices that are basically constrained within their own ecosystem. So it's not really an intranet. Big benefit of the internet was, you know, the open source capabilities of it and the way to collaborate and share and disseminate data in easily readable, like readable formats. So what we've been working on over the past year almost now is how do we capture these large scale data sets and beyond carrying accuracy and precision into them, make them accessible in a manner that they can continually be mined and additional information can be extracted out of them. Because for the most part, you know, us coming from a surveying background, when I come out onto a project, we have a very specific scope that we're working. We collect a lot of information that could have background use cases and value to others. However, it doesn't ever seem to get used nearly as much as it could. And a lot of that has to do with the consumability of the data. The data sets are very large, they're complex. There's a lot of proprietary formats, whether you're in AutoCAD, Trimble, Leica, Bentley. I mean, I think I've got a workbook of about 76 different file format extensions that we work with regularly. And there's about another 111 oddball ones that float around within there. So kind of looking at that, how do you integrate all of that? How does that data come together? And then what's the actual benefit of it? The two kind of core, you know, pillars that I have in my mind as I'm approaching this problem is one, you have the quality is, so that image that you're seeing there on the backgrounds, that's a regular tin surface, you know, something that would go into AutoCAD or Bentley's products, and engineers could go ahead and design off it. However, we have the point cloud data overlaid on top of that. We then also were able to bring in other line works and different data sets into this singular model and provide QA/QC opportunities so you could view it in real time as your surface, you know, when you're looking around, is your surface spiking up out through the point cloud? Is it moving? Is there, you know, gaps and voids being filled? So that's kind of the one side of it. And then on the other is you have to address the file formats and kind of looking at all these different means and methodologies for a way of addressing the future-proof issue. Everything evolves very quickly on the technology side, and especially as, you know, the 5G and internet gets faster and more robust, our mobile devices become more robust, they need additional connectivity. So now you're having to view files on your iPad or iPhone or tablet that traditionally would have been done, you know, on your computer. So how does that integration look? Well, what can that be, you know, distilled down into for the folks that are in the field? Like we've kind of begun doing a lot of our corner records and things just straight on iPad Pros, linking the data in, streaming ArcGIS data servers into that, and basically enabling the field crews to make better real-time decisions when they're out in the field, as well as get some of their drafting and note-taking and annotations. It kind of just helps refine their entire workflow. So what kind of kicked this whole thing off was about a year and a half ago, I approached Boston Dynamics and Trimble, and through Aviad, their Trimble CTO, and talking to them about the Spot robot and some of the other equipment and things that Trimble was making at that time, and just addressing, you know, it was a really simple question that I started out with is, well, what do these do to actually like generate money? Okay, I buy the thing, what does the thing do to then pay for itself? You know, when we started kind of exploring those questions, it kind of became quickly apparent that, well, we've created all this neat stuff. Everybody keeps developing and creating things, but the use cases aren't there to support them. So after a lot of back and forth, we made the commitment with Trimble and Boston Dynamics that, yeah, we'll inherit a Spot platform and work with it. We'll bring it out with us. I take the thing everywhere. It was at my family's house on Thanksgiving. We had it wandering around. And, you know, as Sean and I have taken it up to the university club, we scammed the university club downtown with it for no other real reason than just familiarity. Just bring it out, use it. We're going to poke it, push it, figure out what its flaws are, what it can do, what it can't do, what it excels at. So part of that, what we found was opportunities for remote monitoring. So we've been working on, monitoring for years. It's kind of a core, service that we as surveyors and geospatial professionals can provide. But what if we don't need to have an individual there? We could actually dictate the time element as well. So we have scanning happening on a concise loop at a set interval in the same place. One of the first things we had to tackle with that was the integration of survey grade GPS onto it. So we're getting close. It's a little spotty. It's getting there. We have a DA2 that we've programmed and now feeds positional data into spots so you can follow along trajectories. We'll kind of get into that a little bit. But in working with Dana and talking about some of the work that we'd already done here at UCSD, the NAVD88 title datum came up, and the fact that there's not much perpetuation being done for the actual physical monuments that are out on shore. And what are some of the use cases and applications for enhancing that? How do you make it a more robust system? How can we, help save this? The campus, like most of the areas where we actually monitor and work, are under active construction. There's active human presence there. There's things that happen. Monuments get destroyed. A lot of the title monuments at this point aren't covered under like a record of survey or anything, so they don't show up in the city of San Diego's like monument certificate, monument perpetuation programs. It's kind of something else that we're working with them to help rectify right now. And it really was, well, let's take spot out. We ran down the pier, came back. We went down off the side there by the two other title benchmarks out on the walls, and we just started scanning and collecting information. And this is going to grow into a larger and larger kind of scientific endeavor on our end to determine what is the accuracy, precision, what's the repeatability, what's the sigma, of error that we're getting out of these instruments when they're going through running these missions. So on the particular use case that we're exploring with the title datums, this is just a brief list of some of the equipment that we've used so far on it. You can see that, a lot of those all generate their own proprietary file formats. You have a lot of different data coming in there, and a lot of it is very good at specific things. You're not going to get good horizontal information out of a Denny, so you need to weight that appropriately. The conventional total station, when you actually traversed around and closed and processed it, you're going to get really good horizontal out of it. And then we have the scanners. Well, the scanners are, theoretically half-second instruments that are going around, and you're getting a preponderance of evidence. Instead of having a single shot on a control point, you've got 30 to 40,000. Now you're using the intensity values to determine the center point of that target, so you still have a little bit of human error in there, but it's trying to understand that workflow and what the resultant data is and what's it going to be used for, and then how do you quantify all of that? Is it in an ArcGIS database? Is it in some other, you're using Trimble Business Center for those of you that use it? Is it, just a bare UI that's just encoding and decoding all the data? What does it look like? So part of the work that we've done was, as I mentioned, we got integrated the Trimble DA2 GNSS receiver and then calibrated it and gave it access to the CRTN correction network. So now we have a robot that's actually receiving real-time correction data that's pretty precise. It's more than accurate for what it's going to be doing as far as our workflow here. So what we've started to do is bring in georeferenced imagery and generate trajectories or paths along it, and then at specific intervals, since we're using the X7 scanner, we were doing about 35 to 40 foot weighted intervals along the path, and then had it automatically create waypoints to tell the robot to stop, steady, scan, and then move on to the next. So once that's done, this is some of the resultant data that came out of that, test case. You can see the holes there, about where the holes were in our original trajectory that we put together. We had to make a few infield corrections just due to vehicles, and they were unloading some parties stuff out there. And it was phenomenally good. It did really, really well in the parking lots. It did the scans and everything. When we actually brought them down into RealWorks, registered everything together, we were hitting the leveled through control sub about 4 millimeters on a lot of it. And bear in mind that image that you're seeing there, that parking lot was almost full of cars. So there's drawbacks to any piece of equipment. One of the things that we encountered pretty quickly was just the low angle of incidence from having the scanner that low to the ground. You're only at about a 380 center of phase for the scanner on that. Conversely, it's really nice for getting under cars. That is the height. That's where you want to be. We were able to fill in everything. So you lose some range, but the X7 as a platform isn't a long range scanner as it is. And you kind of have to be mindful of all that when you're putting together all of your, tools and use cases and things. So the other item that we're looking at all this data in the point clouds is, what does it take? What are we really memorializing? Do we need discrete individual point set? Do we need monuments? Do we need, what is going to be the repeatability and the accuracy of some of the points that we're getting? And if it's referencing a monument that was destroyed, could you put that monument back from the scan data? So as we get into it farther and farther, the ultimate kind of goal in our mind that we're working against right now is doing 4D monitoring with scanners. It's something we've been kind of thinking about for a long time, and I think we're finally getting to the point now that it's getting somewhat feasible. And it's not going to be scanning and then transmitting the entire scan cloud back. You need to be running edge computing to get the change detection to happen at the location where the scanner is. That way only the data points that are throwing differences between the historic is what's coming back. And then you can go ahead and classify and then work through all of that to develop your reporting, alarms, triggers, things of all that like that. And then there's the subsequent use between data visualizations. Everybody's quite familiar with AR, VR, and XR now. What is that going to do for the design? What does that do to actually benefit us really in any way? Besides it makes a beautiful picture. And a lot of that comes down, it's quality. We find a lot of our registration errors. We find a lot of mismatched utilities. We find a lot of just data inconsistencies to the design deliverables that we're creating through creating some of these visualizations. You're taking additional time and you're looking at the data and manipulating it in a way that's different. So anything that's different within that data set to what you've seen previously is going to jump out. It's almost like comical when you do a registration, you'll get something together and then you'll put it into VR and roll through it, and it's like immediately you can see, oh, that light pole's twisted, oh, that's crooked, that's offset, and you can go through and work with it. And then as that gets further down the road, we'll be able to actually edit and thin the data, in that same methodology, instead of having to collect the data in one software, bring it into another, package it, push it into yet another program to generate, the AR experience, and then, okay, yeah, here's all the stuff, and then we got to go all the way back to step 3 and work all the way through. There's going to be, a real need to actually have that data be able to be interacted with locally. Kind of some of the other things that we've noticed as we've carried around Spot and we've gotten farther and farther into some of this is, like the previous speaker mentioned, and I know so many others have ran into, is, there's the talent pool. Can't find people, can't find surveyors. Walk Spot across the campus, you'll have 50 or 60 applicants. You'll get all of them. They will all show up because you're starting to entice people from other industries that have typically kind of wrote off surveys. Oh no, it's just like a grunt work outside. They don't realize the actual level of computing and data and design and interesting things that we get to be involved with. You know, when you look at it from that standpoint, I mean, if you were you know, like systems engineer going to college, coming through CS courses, great. In 2 years, you will only be like working in Azure. Your entire life is going to be the Azure portal doing the one thing. And giving those people that opportunity to see on the other end that, no, we all have cloud, we all have these same softwares, you can still be a systems engineer, but hey, when the system's up and running, you can come off and do some of these other things, and you can start enticing people back into the industry on kind of the technology and history, the research, all the other neat stuff that we do. It's not just construction staking. You know, even I grew up surveying. I had no idea what Dr. Bock and Dana and everybody, like, there was this whole other like sphere of the work that you could go and do. It was, man, we need another residential, we need another 2,000 homes to stake. That exposure and just showing the individuals, you know, that this type of work and things are out there, I think is going to be beneficial on many different ends. And then, as like I mentioned earlier, we have like GIS and database connections. How close to a real-time data set can we get? You know, the possibilities there. We have 5G, but then we also, like as surveyors and geodesists, we have the counter side of 5G, and we have, okay, well, what's Legato going to do? How do we harden our networks to stop receiving noise from other frequencies? Well, how does that interference get mitigated? It's not going to be an end-all dire thing, but it is going to be a problem that needs to be addressed and thought about, and it's going to be, you know, most likely something that's going to be addressed here in the next, you know, few years. The other thing is just keep pushing on the IoT enablement. As you know, Trimble's kind of gone one way where there's a lot of different softwares and packages and companies making them, and Trimble just buys them. So they're kind of solving the Internet of Things, like ecosystem failure that way, which is somewhat of a solution. I mean, there is an argument for it with like them using CityWorks and then having monitoring systems and then, you know, all of their other back-end platforms. That might be something that comes into a real viability. And then secondarily, like out of all of that is, how do we continue to make classic mapping, design deliverables, things that we actually get paid for regularly, where the bulk of our income comes from isn't from studies. It's somebody needs a base map of something, and we got to run out and actually create a map that they can use. And what does that look like? And then leveraging further GNSS. You know, there's the real-time networks are becoming more and more robust. There's tons of satellites coming out. There's a lot that's going to be happening within that community as far as what can we do to leverage it? How does that become something that's more positionally viable? And then, yeah, the same thing with the real-time network enablement. So sorry, this is a much longer presentation. They asked me to keep it down to a half hour. So I'm kind of truncating a lot of, you know, larger issues because I want to leave some time for questions and share some things. So this is just a quick fly through. Let's see if it goes. Yay. All right, I'm gonna give myself a raise. So this is just the resultant data set from the scans that we did a couple weeks ago at Scripps Pier for kind of reimagining a hardening effort of the NAVD88 tidal datum. Our main focus on this was the actual canisters out at the end of the pier that measure the tide, and then as well as some of the benchmarks that are placed throughout the south part of the campus there. And then this point cloud actually ties into a much larger one that we have for the campus, extending all the way up, and it'll be continued to be extended all the way down to just about the freeway there. And we're going to compare that against the historic first order leveling data that's been done and see what our actual deviations are using just traversing with scanning. And then we're going to be logging all of spots and the scanning positionings with GNSS infill essentially. But once you're at this level of, data collection, sure, we're really just looking at things vertically and the horizontal position of the tide monitoring canisters. But now we have all of this. What else can be done with it? How do we make this into a more living data set that facilities engineers can get into and look at and explore? Is structural integrity, weight calculations, volumetric calculations, all of those things. For instance, that's one of the canisters right there. And then the other canister kind of swings back around. So you can actually see the nuts, like you could see all the flanges on the nuts and everything throughout those cans. It's, like I said, it's going to be the next problem, or not even problem, because it's not one. It's just the opportunity for us within this marketplace as professionals to start looking at some of this other data and go, oh, okay, here we can have that, and we can develop means of disseminating out that data. This is the other leg. So this comes all the way from that south parking lot and wraps all the way around the knuckle here. This project right now is sitting at about 800 scans. It's about like 793 scans so far. And yeah, like I said, we did all of this for a very specific design deliverable that we were asked, and then just kept going. And we'll keep going. And we're going to start using this as kind of the basis for some of our other studies and things that we're going to be doing as far as helping out NOAA and some of the other folks here at UCSD on their research work. So yeah, with that, I'll open it up. If you fire away any questions or anything that y'all might have.
So since you're geolocating this, if you just focus on a particular point, or like that lamp over there, how precise do you think?
So this one we've actually ran digital levels through, and we're about 4.5 millimeters.
Okay, well, that's nice, very nice. So I have a project for you.
Okay. I've heard this comment from Dana several times. It cost me a lot of time.
I want to see a movie of that guy learning about. Don't have some spot.
Want to see Spot? Oh, Spot? Yeah, we do actually. But after all the video stuff, I don't want to throw. Oh, I got the family photo I can show you.
You scanned your whole family, is that right?
No, just my nieces and nephews. Just.
Well, we have a landslide project. She's up in Leucadia at Beacons Beach. And so you have a path going down to the beach. It's pretty steep.
Yeah.
We're surveying it with LiDAR and GNSS and strain meters and tilt meters. So that might be a neat thing.
Oh yeah, we could walk Spot. We've scanned that slope because I did. That was one of our tests. Was I went back and pulled historic 3Dept data, and then compared that with the new cloud for to just see what the volumetric, what the calc is, where that dirt actually fall.
This was, I've been surveying there, so I have the GPS network.
Yeah.
Millimeter precision. So it'd be nice to. Do you have time for that?
Yeah. No, really, it's one of we have an individual that this is all he does. One of our staff members just goes out and scans.
Okay, I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Because we need a lot of data for all the other stuff that we're doing. We need a lot.
So one question is from one of the prior panelists. Bill, you just want to throw your mic on and go ahead and give it? Probably surprise perhaps.
That's me.
That's you.
Sorry, awesome image data. I just wanted to ask, I may have missed it. Is the Trimble? It looked like in the beginning when you showed the robot that you had a Trimble scanner and it looked like a Velodyne scanner on there too. And I was just curious if the Trimble scanner you had was an actual active LiDAR, or was it more of a photogrammetry based system? And I want to just, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's an actual scanner, like scanning system. So Spot walks, apologies for not clarifying this because we get this a lot. Spot stops. He walks to the point, stops, and then it scans, and that's how we get the precision that we get out of it, is because it's actually not moving. It's a static scanner. The Velodyne Ultra Puck that you see underneath there is being ran for object avoidance and guidance. When you compare those two sensors together, the Velodyne does not produce strong enough returns to really hit mapping grade or design grade, at the levels that we're talking. If you wanted to be plus or minus, 2 centimeters, that sensor would become a viable option, but it just doesn't draw enough power. The power consumption on a lot of the Velodynes is too low. It's kind of one thing to always keep in mind when you're looking at sensors, especially as people get into UAVs and such. Miniaturization is always a main thing in flight time. However, the smaller it gets and the longer it lasts, the less power it's going to draw, the less intensity that the laser is going to actually carry. You're not going to get good signal return.
Sure. So the only reason I was asking is because I've used traditional style robotic scanning total station workflows with Trimble SX10 and SX12s, and I was curious as to how those, if what the scanner you were using was a photogrammetry or an active LiDAR, and the wavelength, but how that would compare to a traditional robotic scanning. Aside from the speed, I'm sure it's much faster than reversing a station. How the accuracy of that point cloud compares to the walking robots you had.
Well, so those are completely different types of scanning, because you're getting away, like the SX12 is actually basically a triple diode prism that's operating inside of there, that in each pass is disseminating out 3 beams, and it's taking the relative difference from each one of those then to generate a singular point. Whereas the X7's, just a standard phase-based scanner, but the individual signal strength is going to be the same. The biggest difference is time.
Gotcha.
The angular accuracy between the SX12 and the X7 is going to be similar, except the SX12 would have about 3 times the overall range.
Okay.
The effective ranges get to be fairly similar. However, there is a difference in the actual point spacing and the spread with those.
Cool. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Great presentation. Awesome.
James, I'm curious about the registration of the point clouds. You've got the point positioning from the RTK. You've got the cloud-to-cloud registration. I'm guessing you had some targeting. Is it a simultaneous solution of all those, or is any one weighted different?
Right now, so the GNSS is rated the lowest on it. The way we do the registration right now is everything comes cloud to cloud, and we scan basically in loop closures. So just like you would do, we don't do a single leg traverse where you're scanning from end to end to a target. We try to always double back. So the way we approach is basically you generate the entire cloud and then take that cloud and hang it onto the control fabric. And you'll have your first order, your control monuments that have targets on them. And then you'll have all your other passive points that are out there that'll be photo IDs or other, secondary control points that'll serve as basic QA QC for those. But ultimately the clouds get all hung together off themselves. You go through and strip out, take out all the trees, take out everything that's moving, and then you cloud to cloud all of those together. So you have a very limited interference. The other thing is you have to keep the overlap at about 60%.
Yeah.
Because once you get below that 60% threshold, it becomes ineffective.
And you're basically, you said 35 feet plus or minus a part per standards.
Yeah.
So you're getting high overlap. So is that range a lot limited, as you were saying, the low?
A lot of it comes from the height, and then if you're talking in terms of the X7 scanner, It's kind of a direct correlation to the time. So if you're doing a 4-minute scan, you can push it out and go about 55, 60 feet. If you're doing a 2, you're doing about 30, 35, and so you have that direct correlation because of the density. The range doesn't change, but on a 2-minute scan, you're effective, like, for creating a design something. Yeah, it's about 70 feet. Anything that's 70 or 80 feet away from the scanner, are you really on the top of curve, or it becomes very hard to disseminate exactly what you're actually looking at. So
you should go out and let them know you're hiring, apparently is what someone said.
Yeah. I need a substantial grant for
fair wages.
Hire some of them.
Yeah. Good, I'll send them out to Lucadia. You can show them what you need. It'll just be this incestual cycle. Oh, here, just get you away from UCSD.
Yeah, then you don't need Spot anymore.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. Spot, is kind of just it's a tool that we use. It's definitely not, an end all platform. It operates within a very small sliver of a Venn diagram, as far as, like, I have a client that owns a nuclear power plant that wants it surveyed. Like, I have the contract and my insurance will actually let me do it. So, like, in the intersection there is Spot's sweet spot that doesn't occur all the time. It's
Spot is not taking anybody's job.
Well, especially since now we have to have people that are dedicated to just working on Spot. Spot spends a fair amount of time in timeout. Because you have
a Spot locker.
Yeah, no, it goes in there. It's like you'll work on it for 10 or 12 hours in the day, and just like, I'm done. Here, I'm not gonna look at you for a couple days, and then you kind of settle down and, all right, you can get the robot back out. But no, it's a fascinating piece of technology. It's very much something, though, that's still in development. So you always have to be mindful of that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
So he's going to do the virtual part.
Does he have a screen presentation?
No, this is Scott. I don't have any. And actually, I want to defer the full allocation to Kevin.
Cool.
You have to turn your camera on, Scott, so we can see if you're wearing pants.
You can't, I'm sitting down just like a good news anchor. It's 40 degrees and almost snowing at my house, so I'm bundled up.
Look at what this sticker Kevin, I have your document if you'd like me to show that.
Oh, wow.
That's why you never saw it.
That's why. Want to put it on there?
Okay.
Cool. All right, well, thank you everyone for sticking around. We have a final presentation, Scott Martin, and he'll be presenting after with Kevin Maxwell. The presentation is Caltrans and State Geodetic Coordinator Update. Scott Martin, Deputy Division Chief of Caltrans Headquarters, Division of Right-of-Way Surveys, and the California Geodetic Coordinator, the liaison between California and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's National Geodetic Survey. Would you please join me in welcoming Scott Martin?
Good afternoon, everybody. In the interest of time, I don't have a lot on the state coordinator report, and I have to attribute a lot of that to Dr. Dana Kakamis, who's not present today, but Dana has been fielding the bulk of the inquiries that would come either to him or myself or both of us. But Kevin Maxwell, who's here to give he's with you all in the Martin Johnson house to give a Caltrans update. We got a few things going on that I think will be of interest to this audience. So Kevin, take it away.
All right, so we got a couple of notes that I put together on the screen. I don't know if I need a camera.
You want to step in front so you can see the screen?
I got the same copy here, so yeah. All right, so, well, those are some pretty awesome presentations. It's kind of looking at things from the national level, and then at the state level, and then at the parking lot level. It's just seeing how everything all ties together, right? So that's what we do. As far as Caltrans updates, sorry, staffing updates. It's one thing that we want to share is that the headquarters Office of Land Surveys recently just added 3 positions to the office, and that's the first time that there's been any growth in that office since, well, in over 20 years. So beside the fact that the surveying program as a whole has almost doubled, the headquarters office supports the districts. It's a very small group in headquarters, and it hasn't grown. So we're happy to get some extra help up there and help support the districts a little bit better, especially with all this new technology and things that we're all trying to keep up with. Definitely need an extra hand.
Is that positions or like openings, or you actually have 3 new employees?
No, we haven't filled any of them yet. We got the approval to get 3 positions created, and we're in the process of actually.
Kevin, that sounded like Pat, we've run ads for all of them. The interviews are all completed, and we're just waiting for HR to give us the green light to make final job offers.
All right. So now I'm on. Now you can see me on that side. Okay. All right. So then, so of course we got quite a few things going on in Caltrans, but the things that I'm going to talk about are just more related to how it affects our GNSS community and surveying and so forth. So one of the projects, I'll call it process improvement. We're working on developing a statewide database for managing survey and geodetic control. So we've worked with ESRI. They've stood up a test environment, and we're just figuring out the schema. We're going to try to see how, we're still doing some testing or some planning, and then we're going to start testing how to create and roll out the system. So we're still a few years out probably before it actually makes its way out. It'll be internally, used at first, of course, but at some point we, maybe in the distant future, we could turn it over to the public, and then public would be able to, search up control through that database. So I am the contract manager with the contract between the CSRC and Caltrans. And so I have submitted the new master agreement. I think it was back in June or July, but our folks at the that scrutinize our contracts, that they're pretty swamped right now. So they've reviewed it. It made its way back to CSRC for some minor edits, and then we're going to be hopefully executing that thing shortly after the beginning of the calendar year. It should be in place for roughly 2 years, and then we'll see. We're kicking around the idea of partnering with Department of Water Resources, just helping possibly fund a new EPIC. So we'll see how that all plays out in the end. As far as like NGS partnership, Caltrans has been involved with the GPS on benchmarks, as we all saw earlier this morning. Anthony got an award, and as did Vanessa. So I've been making an effort to coordinate with the folks at the districts to participate in this program. And there's actually a small pot of money that we get every year that can be used for that kind of work. So that's also something that we're trying to participate more in, as the use of OPUS projects. What I was seeing from Texas, Dr. Davey, is something similar to what I was kind of thinking up a few weeks ago with their OPUS 5.1. I watched the webinar on the new State Plane Coordinate System 2022 and all the effort that's been going into that new system. And I reached out previously to the districts to kind of find out what everybody's doing as far as control. And I learned that a lot of the districts still rely on passive control. And not only the districts, but as do the counties and the cities. And I'm sure most folks in this room and out there online can, vouch for that, record of surveys with published marks, that's the basis for your work. And so one of my questions to NGS was, how can we, other than, aside from the GPS and benchmarks efforts, what other options are you providing us to get some of that passive control under the new NSRS? How can we take and get all these HPGN A and B order, first, second order, stability A, stability B? How can we get maybe GVX observations on those, or RTN observations, and try that GVX format, and then do an Opus project and get it published, blue booked, and included in the new NSRS? And well, let me back up. I wanted to know what the options were, and that was basically what I was told was, with Opus Projects 5.1, we could do that. So with that, I'm exploring that a possible project to pilot with using the GVX format and getting some observations and seeing if I can get some folks to maybe contribute to that. So if anybody in the room or out there virtually would like to participate in that, please reach out. And then Caltrans continues to build continuous stations. Our primary goal at Caltrans is to build projects, infrastructure improvement projects for highway improvements and things of that nature. And then so therefore we build stations to support that effort. On the flip side, those stations, once the construction contracts so that projects can build those stations, we found a mechanism to fund those builds. And once those stations are built and in place, then we can repurpose that data and send it to CSRC, and then therefore in a roundabout kind of way that data will become available to the public, whether post-processing or through CRTN. So that's good news for everybody that are using CRTN. And then another effort that I'm involved with, and some of the other folks up in headquarters, is we're working on updating our survey manual. So there's been 4 or 5 new hires, I think, in the headquarters office over the last 2 years. So there's a lot of new energy up there now. And so that was one of the things that Caleb McAllister got involved with right away, was starting to update the chapters. And the first one that we tackled is the GNSS chapter. And so we've finished the first round of updates, and then we've selected some folks within the districts to do the review process. And we've gone through the first round of comments and reviews. So, eventually, that'll be made available to the public, and so look for that in the future. And then lastly, Caltrans has partnered with Fresno State to do a research project, just testing, basically doing some RTN testing to try to develop some guidelines on basically best practices for using RTN, baseline lengths, occupation time, similar to what Oregon did. That wasn't a timer for my presentation, but happened to work out just the right time. So ideally, they'll be doing some testing and then provide recommendations for best practices using RTN, technology or equipment. And that's all I have. Any questions for me as far as what Caltrans is doing?
Are you going to do a complete manual, brand new one, or just update and issue new chapters per se?
Well, we're basically just trying to update the whole manual. I think each chapter is going to get touched. And then not only that, we're going to reformat it a little bit as well and move away. I think what the plan is, it's not set in stone, but the plan is to kind of move away from sort of chapter numbers and more into like sections, like the code is. And that'll allow us to be able to update sections a lot more easily without affecting the whole chapter. Because that's what we realized when we started doing the chapter 6 of the GNSS chapter update, is like static surveying hasn't changed much, but we introduced the RTN into the manual, which hasn't been introduced before. And then so as that technology changes, we don't want to have to update the whole entire chapter. We can just focus on that section. So hopefully it'll streamline things for us. And I'm not much of a public speaker, so thanks for bearing with me. I'm doing my best, but
doing great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for making time to come over there. Did you get a parking place?
You want to show the engineers?
So we're going to open it up to in-person and online comments or questions in general in just a moment. I had one item I wanted to ask Dr. Bock to show, which he's shown to the executive committee recently, which is a new map interface on the CRTN and CSRS stations. So he's going to pull that up on the screen. We'll make him present it real quick. And then Maria, what you can do is if you want to take hands that are raised in the online audience, you can unmute them.
Unmuted.
I will right now try to get Dr. Bock up on what he's got. Okay, he's presenter now, so he can share a browser. You're seeing the blue screen.
Want to show up the entire too? I want to see this screen, right?
Yeah.
Let me switch.
There we go. Okay, and your mic is live and you can see your screen.
All right, well, these are the web pages for SOPAC and CSRC, the CERTN and the Measures project, which is the project I mentioned with JPL. So within this single web browser, you can access any of these projects. And then there's certain applications that you could pull up, like Sector and Skip, Scout, and other applications which are common to all the different projects. And we have a application called MGViz, which was developed actually based on a Mars mission by a group at JPL that was doing GIS on Mars with the rovers. So we took their code and upgraded it to do this. And so this is the interface for the MGViz program. As you get a map interface, you could look then, there's different layers that you could choose. The velocities of stations, for example, see velocities. You could turn sites on and off. These are earthquakes that have occurred in the last 30 years. And then you could look at individual stations. Let me turn the velocities off. This is the main thing that we use it for, is looking at, I don't know, let's look at station nearby, one of the NOAA stations. Let's say P, see, what is it called? P02. So here's a station up in the Washington area. To pick out a station down here. Pick just any station. Say, what is that? Down here. There's a station in the Orange County network. You could see the time series. You could look at the different flavors. These are the raw time series. These are the raw time series I was showing before. So you see, have these outliers and it doesn't look too good. So we go through a quality control and fit the data. And this is what we get. And then you see where the offsets are, the earthquake offsets that occur. You can then show the site information. So you can then look at any of the different solutions and see the estimated parameters for that station, as well as the history of equipment at the station. So you can see then here, for example, at this date, this equipment was at the station. So you can use it for quality control. And if you're interested in a particular base station that you're using, you might look at this and see, oh, this one, I don't like this one.
I'd have to say that from a user's perspective, it was difficult in the past to go and get certain pieces of information. And some of them, depending on my browser or JavaScript or whatever, I couldn't even get to. And this has been really nice to bring it all together in one place.
Yeah, so this allows you to then check out the underlying data that you use for the reference frame and for surveying and using the CERTN network. And we have a new interface for CERTN. So if you look here on the maps, you can get MGViz or you can get the CERTN status page. Then it'll tell you which stations are operational. It'll break it down into the different zones. You know, we have 4 different servers that are divided according to the state plan zones. Your suggestion, right? That's the way it turned out.
And if you select specifically on a station,
then you just basically, there's improvements that could be made here.
Click one.
Click one.
And you get the port and the IP and everything you need right there to access it on your rover. Whether, in my case, I was trying it for a drone, or whether you're doing it on your Trimble rover, the information is right there for you to hit the IP and the port and the mount point.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
It's really good. It's really great. That's why I wanted you back up. This is great stuff.
Yeah. So that's one of the applications, and there's other things on the website under, let's say, under CSRC. You have just information on the CSRC Executive Committee Council, the epic date, overview of SCIP, the previous datums, different presentations, etc.
And typically, like the presentations from today will be available at that location.
That's what we'll do.
They'll have had a lot of questions about that.
And then CERTN, you have information on CERTN, how to access it, how to use it. So we have the information here. There's the interactive map. And then different descriptions. There's some literature on how to use it, how to get an account. Yeah, so that's some of the tools that we have, fairly new. MGViz is about a year old, but when we presented it to the executive committee, they really weren't aware of it. So it's true. We wanted to then bring it up. This is something that could be advertised through the social media. You can provide links in the social media to the Twitter. And one thing that I wanted to consider is, you know, with CERTN, we really don't have a good communication with the community that's using it. So I think through a social media, Twitter or something, we can then field questions, although I'm kind of reluctant to do that because I might spend all day answering questions, but that would give us a better way of communicating any important information to users. So yeah.
Great. So does anyone locally want to make any comments, announcements, or ask any other questions before we invite Bedlam and unmute everybody online?
I have one comment. Is there a plan to potentially integrate the SCIP visualization in MGViz? Just to see that
SCIP,
time series transfer.
We could. What we're doing now as part of a NASA project is we're adding a capability of overlaying information, like gridded information.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to pick up the grids that are used in for Scripps, and you're able to pick it up and overlay it on this interface. That's something that's ongoing.
Thank you. Okay, and we're getting right to the end here. So Maria, if you wanted to invite anyone else to online to speak.
I'm trying to unmute all the lines and I'm having a little difficulty. Let's see, maybe I just have to see, unmute all. It's just not letting me do it. I may be able to unmute people individually if somebody would like to raise their hand. I'm trying to unmute all, but I'm not able to do that.
Wait, that's not the right one.
Oh, you Google?
Yep. I
Sure.
Looks like we can unmute ourselves.
Okay, that sounds
Because
great. If you
extra
can
tall.
do that.
Okay, so I wanted to thank Maria and her volunteers for putting together this meeting. I hope you all enjoyed it, got some useful information for those here in person and those online. And even though she couldn't be here, she was still able to get it all done. So give her a hand.
Yeah, thank you for all the help remotely. I really appreciate it. Lastly, I just wanted to share in connection with our partnerships with Caltrans. It's been a long-standing partnership. Was it 2 or 3 decades now? And so I reached out to one of our great supporters at Caltrans, Larry Fensky, and so he shared with me his recent family reunion photo. So I just wanted to share that all with you.
Bryan, did you have any last words?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the great information. My mind's abuzz with all the possibilities from some of the things that's been presented. And thank you for your support. If anybody comes on a pocket of money, just like Texas, we need it as well. And thank you for your participation today. And thank you to all of the speakers. And as always, Dr. Bock, thank you for your great direction. And that's all I have. Everybody have a great holiday season.
More. I wanted to thank Ann Sullivan from our group.
Absolutely.
The reason all those other projects aren't done.
And Rich and Tim for coordinating a flawless presentation.
Thank you very much. All right.
Lastly, please join us for the next meeting. We're planning it in San Diego as well. That would be April 27th, 2023. So in about, was it 5 months?